All right. I don't know how long it'll take everybody to get in here, but we'll see if we have at least have audio. Man, what a pain. Okay, I don't know if I have audio again or not, but we'll give it a shot. You guys tell me. Do. I guess I have to wait till somebody jumps in there and finds it again. Man, oh man, oh man, what a pain. What a pain, what a pain. YouTube's kind of messing with me tonight, but then again, it could be for whatever reason. Who knows what's going on? But maybe everybody in the world is live streaming or uploading videos. I have no idea. But it definitely took a while for the stream to go live. Definitely took a while. Let's throw this up for a minute while we're waiting. Yeah, it figures. Man, everything reset. What a pain. Hello, can you hear me? That's a big one. I have no idea. I'm fighting some audio issues here and YouTube tonight. It seems like it just keeps dropping people as well. I have no idea what that is. Okay. You hear me? Hear me? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. Finally. Okay. USA, yes. Yes, USA. And you? Ah, Russia. Okay. Okay. Welcome. No, okay. Thank you. Mm. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. I don't understand that. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'll tell you, Robert. Man, oh man, oh man. Again, YouTube tonight. I'm battling it. I don't know what's going on around the world, but evidently YouTube's just overwhelmed. For one, I'd like to think it's the Nikon announcement, but I have no idea. I take it you can't hear the audio from the video. And actually, Robert, I okay, well, that may be all we get tonight. I had it all working earlier, and I have no idea when. Let me turn it down. When I went live, everything changed. I have no idea why. So I went live the first time and got in here, but had no audio whatsoever. I, man, I just can't. I can't figure it out. But anyway, I'm in here now. That's good. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. You can hear me. That's a good thing. All right. So on my pre-order, no, I had already done that back in March when I think it was March when B&H put the placeholder up on their site. So I called my camera shop and asked them if I could jump on a waiting list because they've done that for me with the other cameras. And they said, well, we can't do it until we get whatever, not a pre-order link, but an official announcement or something like that. And I told them that it was already up on B&H, and they checked and came back to the phone. He said, "Yeah, sure." So I got on the list right off the bat out there at my store out at Picture Line. So I'm hoping that that is actually a fact, and that as soon as the first shipment comes in, I have a camera waiting for me. So we'll have to wait and see. I did the same thing for the 1 to 400, but they didn't have a list going at the time because that they wanted to wait for pre-orders for it. But she was kind enough to take, excuse me, take my name down. And as soon as they started the pre-orders, she would drop me in the list. So I have no idea whether that was first or after all their friends. I don't know. This video is really beginning to aggravate me, though. I had it working once. December 1st through the 10th. Okay, very good. Very good. B&H has a placeholder date on the Z9 on their site. December 15th. I think that's what they have up there. But I think that was just a stab in the dark based on what information they could get from Nikon. That's great. That's great, man. If in fact I am first on the list out there, which they assured me, because I actually called them twice between March and the last time I talked to them was the other day when I was talking about the 1-400. They assured me that I'm still number one on the list, but who knows what happens between now and then. That's not an NPS order, by the way. It's just me, the regular Joe. So we will see. I'm still aggravated about this crazy video audio for the video. I don't know what the problem is. I can't figure it out. Good for you on the 400-2.8, buddy. I wish I could pick that up, but I think that's going to be down the road. I'm going to have to save up again to be able to afford that. If I can get the Z9 and the 1-400 right now, I'll be a happy camper. And because of the cost of the Z9, that gave me the or it gave me the leg up to go ahead and buy the 1-400 at the same time. So I'm extremely happy about that. If I'd have told Tony Northrup 3 weeks ago that I was going to get the camera and the 1-400 for around $8,200, he would have just absolutely laughed. He did say that Nikon would never sell this camera under $6,000. More likely to be $6,500. He said because that would signal to the camera world that it's a cheap camera and doesn't live up to its specs. I mean, what a crackhead he is. Yeah, the 1-400 is going to have to do for me right now. I do have a 400-2.8. It's an old D lens, AFS D. It's not the D2, and it's a good lens. It's a great lens. Obviously, it's not as snappy as the G versions or E versions, but I'll definitely be able to use it as well. So that'll have to be my exotic lens until I can afford to get the 400-2.8. And I'll tell you that 400-2.8, I just expect it's going to be an incredibly expensive lens, but they may shock us. But with that TC built in, I can't see that being cheap. I saw Nikon over on one of the sites. I was trying to catch up on some of the reviews or videos. And I saw he dropped a comment. I don't know if it was on Nikon Rumors or somewhere. I don't think it was. It was on somebody else's video. Said he bought 2 Z9s and he put his order in for the 400-2.8. So, but you guys are pros, man. I'm not, but I do love all the pro equipment, and that's okay. Even if for those that aren't pro and can still buy those things, the Z9 and the 400 or the 600, I think it's wonderful. Wow, 40,000. No, okay. So both lenses work great on the, well, you can expect them to work great on the Z9, I suppose. Watching all the videos, since so many of the guys people that were using the pre-production model shot a lot of F-mount glass, and it didn't seem to hurt them too bad, if at all. Okay, great, man. Retire. That's great. You're retired and it's your passion. Well, do you get a lot of ribbing? Because I do in a forum if I say something, especially when they start aggravating me about, well, do you need it? It's not about need. I don't know why it always goes back to that. You have to need something. I just want it. and why can't I have it? So I wonder if you get the same thing sometimes. Well, I'll just keep this video running in the background right now. At least it's something to look at rather than my ugly face. Excuse me. Yeah, I get it all the time. Do you need it? No. Well, why are you getting it? What's it going to do? How's it going to make? Can you your equipment you have now isn't capable, or you've gone beyond its ability, or all the typical things? And no, it has nothing to do with it either. It's purely because I want it. I am still determined to get that audio going for the video. So I had to excuse me, dismantle what I had set up earlier that worked, by the way. And then YouTube was giving me fits. So, oh, yeah. Good on you, man. Good on you. Yeah. I used to do that a lot when I was fishing and did a lot of fishing and, fished a lot of tournaments, and people would say, "Well, you don't need a boat that big and blah, blah, blah." I'd say, well, if you're paying for it, you can decide what boat I need. But since I'm the one that's going to pay for it, how about you let me decide? Ah, crazy people, crazy people. So, in your running around watching the videos today, um, this afternoon, did you run across anything interesting? I did check out Jared's video because obviously I want to see what's going on with him now that the camera's out. But I did learn watching his video that we can thank him because he single handedly, through a rep with a direct line to Japan, addressed all the issues so that we can rest easy now, knowing that everything that he found as a problem will be fixed when we get our camera. Ego much? Bit of a narcissist. Property in Alaska. Man, that would be fantastic. I have wanted to go to Alaska for a long time. I've had several Army buddies of mine that had tours up in Alaska, and they just fell in love with Alaska. Yeah, I can't say the review. Now, here, I guess I see everything with a critical eye. And maybe it's fanboyism that comes out in me too. I don't know. But just the way he addresses anything Nikon, it just has that hint of negative or disdain. Um, the things that he identified with the Z9, I think, you know, I hear what he's saying. Um, And some of the things, and I don't know, maybe you can address this too. Some of the things were really, honestly, were just specs. That's it. Because he didn't address how things worked or whatever. It's just the fact that, Sony does 30 frames per second and Nikon's going to do 20 frames per second. But he didn't go into what that entails, what Nikon gives in 20 frames. Uh, he didn't elaborate on what Sony does with 30 frames, whether it's resolution or timeout or buffer fill or whatever. So if you just speak to the specs, there are a lot of cameras out there that, are not a lot, but there are a few out there that are going to rival or maybe even look better in specs. But how does it perform? And that's the part that's missing because he just has this negativity and, like I said, disdain when he's talking about Nikon for whatever reason. And he always throws that disclaimer up front that, he shot Nikon for years and he loves Nikon. Now let me bash it. He didn't do the bash so much this time, but it wasn't the pleasant, loving review that he gives Canon and Sony. Now, again, it may be my fanboyism, but I just have a feeling, though, that he still is very resentful about Nikon not going the direction he wanted to go or something. I don't know. But I will agree, it was a different approach from him. It wasn't near as bad. And I can't argue with some of the things, but like I said, some of them are just purely specs or stats or whatever. No, they don't. The specs don't tell the whole story. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I think he made that clear too. He's just so embedded in Canon and Sony that he's not going to do it because he sold everything. Well, I thought that was a stupid move to begin with, but I mean, maybe he had to fund his equipment for his channel or whatever. I watched the replay, the whole replay of the Nikon USA announcement videos, and man, because you just can't take it all in at once, and I see a little more each time. So yeah, I don't remember. Of course, I may not have heard all that was going on about the D6, but I don't remember the D6 anybody saying it was a bad camera or not a good camera, but I heard a lot of people talking about it wasn't the upgrade they expected. And I can understand that because there were high expectations, but hmm. uh, Jared said the D6 was a bad camera, Robert. See, I don't remember that. But then again, I quit watching him. I started watching him when he was doing the videos. Periodically, they'd come out of him in his basement with his folding table. I don't even know if they still exist. But I did watch him for a while. I think the thing that I liked was from time to time he would have a little sit down with his grandmother, and I thought that was genuine, and I enjoyed that. But yeah, the minute he left Nikon, he just turned into I don't know, but whatever. He gets to do what he wants to do. I shouldn't be saying he shouldn't or can't or whatever. Again, a lot of people say that about the Z7, Z6, Z7 II, Z6 II. It got a bad rap up front and it couldn't shake it. And again, that goes back to all the influencers. And here's another great comparison of now and then. Even Jared, I remember when the cameras came out, the Z6 and the Z7, and he complained. He said they were all the lenses were kitless lenses. They were plasticky. They weren't very good lenses. He didn't say weren't very good lenses. He just didn't like it. But that translates to they're no good to as an influencer. It translates to they're no good to all the younger generation out there looking for a brand to settle on. So they didn't do it. They didn't do any justice. And I remember both he and Tony and Chelsea. I won't lump her in there. But Tony, they badmouthed Nikon for the one card slot. I mean, it was the end of the world. And then Canon, it had a one card slot. They made mention of it, but they just let it drop. And again, being influencers, everybody thinks that they're the end all. And if I don't follow them, I'm going to make a wrong decision. That's what I hate about this whole influencer thing we have now. Yeah, forever, and I've heard that from guys that have been shooting Nikon glass forever. That the glass is great, but I do remember hearing, especially all the Canon shooters, they'll talk about, oh, Canon glass is the greatest ever and whatever. I don't know that there's that much difference between the two, but they're all about no, it's the only glass. But anything I've had, glass that I've had by Nikon has been fine. It's been great. That old 400 2.8 D sitting back there, it's fine. It's just not as snappy as the new. I'm scared to death that my AF motor is going to go out in it, and I don't know if I'll be able to get it replaced or fixed. I will agree with you 100% on the colors, and that's not just a biased opinion, but I have looked and seen. I've shot with a lot of people that have not a lot of Sony shooters, but a lot of people that shoot Canon, and I prefer Nikon's color over any of them. And again, I think I said this the other night. Uh, I feel that the flagships, I don't know why, but I feel the color science in the flagships has always been better by a touch than every model below it. And a lot of people say they can't see any difference, and maybe there isn't. Maybe I don't know, but I just feel like it's just there is a more of a 3D effect, and I know glass has an effect on that, but there's just something about the flagship that always seems a little bit different and better. Yeah, I've never actually checked to see what it would cost to replace it. Um, and right now it's okay, but my fear is as it continues to age that Nikon has this problem with I think he has a D3S or D3S or a couple of them, and he's just out of luck now because he said he can't get parts for it. And that's my fear with that 400. Do I invest say $1,000 in there to replace the AF motor now, so I'll have it for a good bit longer, or do I drive it into the ground and about the time it does go out, there are no more parts for it? I don't know. Okay. I didn't know that either. The moderate and the major levels. Hmm. Yeah. Well, it's just I would need to compare it to a, another 400 uh, D. Maybe it's just my feeling that the motor's just a bit slow. I understand that it should be considering its age. I don't mean because it's aged, but because of the technology in that lens. But okay. Oh, who else is in here? Don't let us drive the train. So I want to know. Well, first off, anybody that's in here, and don't feel ashamed if you're not buying it for whatever reason. But who's going to buy the Z9 now, or who has already pre-ordered it? Either pre-ordered or plan to get it in the next 6 months. It may be that long for some people that are pre-ordering. I would say B&H. You're just lost if you went to pre-order at B&H. You can just forget it. You'll get the Z9 too before you get the first one. I guarantee you they've got a list a mile long of pre-orders. The E series lenses, yeah, yeah. So you know what? That brings up a good point. No matter what you're shooting, Are we going to see all the frame rates and everything that they're talking? They did talk about only certain lenses would actually match the frame rates uh, that they're talking about, or frames per second, I should say. You still have your, yeah, I guess you do. You still have your 400 2.8 and the 600 f4. You're going to have to give us an update on how it performs with that Z9. Woody, you're back, man. Yeah, yeah. Again, man, on the audio, I don't know. This is Gremlins. I had it all set up. I did a quick recording. Now, I don't know why live stream could have affected it, but it did. So I had no audio. I went back and undid everything, put it back together the previous way. And then I tried to start another stream, and YouTube had me just sitting there watching the spinning wheel forever. So I had to do it 3 times. I even rebooted the computer and everything. I think it was the third try it finally went live. So I don't know. I don't know. You know how it is. Going live. Live is always harder than anything. Sorry about that, Woody. Yeah, Robert, you're gonna have to try both, and you're gonna have to tell us how well it works with the Z9 when you get a hold of it. Definitely interested in that. It's nothing like firsthand experience. You know, somebody can pass on some firsthand experience because I know that over the next few months, somebody's going to ask me, well, how good does it work with? Um, so as soon as you get that, you got to let us know. So at least we can pass on your experience with it, with the FTZ and the Z9. Don't worry about the comments, Woody. No big deal. No big deal. I still, I have the audio working for the video playing in the background. And for whatever reason, it won't do it now. I can hear it here, but I can't, you guys can't hear it. And I have no idea why, because it's going through the same, it's going through the Rodecaster Pro. I don't get it. I was saying when I had to sign off, you guys couldn't hear me, but it reminds me of my ham radio days, chasing noise. Man, it's just. But here, it's just no audio. I just can't figure it out, and audio eludes me, man. It's the hardest thing in the world. That's why audio people don't get any credit. Sound guys don't get any credit for any video or anything else. But nobody understands how difficult sound is. All right. Yeah, great talking to you too, Robert, and thanks for dropping by. Sorry we had to bounce around like this to get up and running, but yeah, like I said, I'm going to call and absolutely confirm now that it's been announced. But 3 days or 4 days ago, something like that, I had talked to him. Yeah, Peter Gregg can help me. Yeah, he fights some audio demons also, doesn't he? Well, you know what? You can fight those demons when you're just making a video, but when you go live, it gets embarrassing quick. Uh, I saw one that was sort of kind of birds in flight. It was a guy over in, I don't know, he's in Asia, the geek, something, tech geek, or I don't know. Good, nice guy. He's a Nikon shooter anyway, but he started out the video and he was talking about, he was having some trouble. He wasn't all of for the bird sitting still and everything else. It was just fantastic. He loved it. Everything was great. And then he tried to shoot some birds. They were in a bird sanctuary, by the way. And he tried to shoot some moving birds, and he was having some trouble. He goes, "Well, I'm not going to lie. It's I'm not seeing the fantastic results I had hoped to. Excuse me." So all these guys that had pre-production models, if you didn't know, and you probably do, they had a Nikon rep right there with them while they had the camera. And I'm sure that was for secrecy as much as anything else. But the Nikon rep took the camera and went in because somebody before he got it had changed everything in the menus. And the guy straightened it all out, went back to default settings. And the tech geek guy, he did a fantastic job after that. He was impressed. So that just goes to show you, you better learn the excuse me, learn the camera. Don't complain until you know the camera. If you've exhausted everything in the menu and everything else and can't get the results you want, then you have a right to complain. But anyway, they straightened it out. He went back to shooting and he was extremely impressed. Did you see Matt, the Nikon guy, by chance? Did you watch his video? I I don't care for what he shoots and whatever, which is fine. Everybody gets to shoot what they want, but um, he he did a real good quick uh, putting the camera through its paces. He had it for, I think he said 3 days or 2 days, I can't remember. And on one day, he says, I can't remember the exact number, but over 20,000 images on that camera one day. Now, that's pretty wild. So it made me think about something, but I'll cover that in a minute, or I'll address that in a minute. 20 over, I think it was 25,000 some odd images in one day, and I think he said like 5 minutes of 8K video and 6 or 10 minutes or something like that of 4K video, 4K 120, and he still had a third of the battery left. So that's impressive. I don't know where Nikon gets these numbers at, but I saw the number. The battery's rated for 700 shots. Well, the influencers are going to have a ball with that one. It only shoots 700 frame or 700 images before you got to change the battery. I don't know why Nikon does that, but anyway, it looked pretty good, didn't it? Yeah, I watched Fro too. I had to. I was talking to Robert about that. Um, Maybe it's the fanboyism in me for Nikon, or I don't know what. Uh, but even though he's trying to show it in a positive light, he finds a way, the way he addresses it, to make it negative and as if he has some disdain for the camera. I don't understand it because he's always so happy and cheery and cheerful with other brands. He may point out some things, but it's just the way he does that. It's different when it comes to Nikon. Now, I will say his video was more positive than negative, but I also have to say that I think some of the things that he was talking about were Canon or Sony Excel were just specs, because when you break it down and look at 20 frames or 30 frames in the A1, well, wait a minute, how do I get 30 frames? And it's just he could, by not giving information, he can uh, make make something positive negative. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how that works, but I'd like to get on the Nikon money train. Oh, okay. So anyway, back to Matt, the Nikon guy. He So when he brought all that up and he was talking about over 25,000 images in a day, I don't even know how you do that. But two things. One, that brings up a very important bit of information for anybody with an A9 or Z9. You had better be careful because you're going to rack up some frames real easy. Just like having it set to the 11 megapixel JPEG setting and 120 frames per second. I've taken photos walking around, just moving the camera, holding the camera without even knowing it. Man, if you hold that button down by accident or bump into something by accident, and you're going to rattle off a bunch. I mean, a bunch of frames. So it's something everybody better beware of. Especially, did you see Kai and oh shoot, Kai's video out at the Lotus uh, test track? That was interesting. I always love watching Kai's videos. Oh, anyway, back to, so right now with DSLRs, and this may be stupid of me to even wonder, but with DSLRs, you can snap a JPEG, upload it on Shutterbug or Shutter Counter or whatever. There's like 2 or 3 sites, and it'll tell you how many actuations there are on that shutter. Is that the same for an electronic shutter? And not just that, but 2 or 3 years down the road, when people are selling their Z9 for the next model, man, there better be a way to look at the shutter count, if you will, because with these new frames per second frame rates, I mean, I can see cameras having easy 4, 5, 600,000 actuations on it. So anyway, me rambling, man. I guess everybody's wore out after today. This morning I had to run. When I did, I had to go take care of a couple of things, and I was really missing watching all the videos coming out. But yeah, it's the way it goes. I got back home and I started cycling through as many as I could. It appears it's not too hard to do now, buddy. Oh, yeah, shooting motocross, I'm thinking, man, I'm kind of glad I didn't have that ability shooting motocross. I was shooting what was it, 12 frames a second, and I didn't do that all the time. That was just for starts and things like that, and that definitely upped the number of images to cull when I got home. But now, and that 120 frames per second JPEG would be fine for what I was doing. Not for everything, but for some of the motocross stuff. Yeah, it'd be great to have 2 or 3 images that were just the exact emotion in the photo that you wanted, an expression or whatever. But, if you got to go through 120 of them, or because some areas were a little bit longer, that stretch might be 3 seconds long and you want to cover it all. And now I can see the temptation to just hold that button down and let her run. And by the time it's all said and done, you got 600, 700 images. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. So you say you didn't see any of the videos or anything close to doing bird and flight or anything like that? The only one I saw was the guy. Like I said, let me see if I can find it real quick. Uh, yeah. All right. Give me just a minute here, Woody. I'll see if I can find it real quick. All right. Where is it? Hmm. Hmm. All right, closing in on it. Well, it's another one of those cases of course, when you want to find it, you can't. Yeah, I was thinking about that with Steve. He had to have had a pre-production model, surely. But when he posted the video on the Sony A1, I don't know how long ago it was that he uh, built that video, but he acted as if he hadn't touched it, actually inviting Nikon to give him one to shoot with. But that could have been 6 months ago, and he just got around to uploading the video. So I don't know. Can't imagine him not having a chance to get his hands on it early. Yeah, daggone it. Yeah, little buddy, I hear you. My baby kitty. There we go. There you go. I wish I had the sound for the video. Okay. Hey, Woody, if you'll excuse me for just a minute, I'm going to go fill up my coffee cup and come right back. What, buddy? All right, folks. I got my coffee. Now Mama wants me to run something across the street to the neighbor. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. I can. How you doing, buddy? I agree on the price there. Well, we called it, didn't we? I saw you on. Well, I don't know if it did or not, but I don't know if it was you or who. I think it was you that brought up the fact that it may have been cheaper to build to source for the build than um, the DSLR because of the pentaprism and everything else. So, yeah, it made perfect sense. I never mentioned that when I was talking about it to some other folks because I had to credit that to you or whoever it was that talked about that, and that made sense as well. Yeah, that made sense. So now, and you see the video running in the background here. I had the sound fixed on it. I can't understand why. I had to reboot everything because again tonight YouTube was driving me nuts. It took 3 times to I had to restart the video, or I had to rstart the first time because I had no sound, no audio, and then after I got that sorted out, tried to uh, jump back in here and you get the live stream going again. And man, YouTube was giving me fits. I'd like to think that it's because Nikon just shook the world today, but evidently there's something else going on. But YouTube was really giving me fits. Somebody keeps jumping in and out. I don't know who it is. Might be Woody. I don't know because he was in here a few minutes ago. Yeah, I'm expecting that too. I don't know by how much. The 400 2.8. I noticed you said you were going to pick up a couple of bodies and had also pre-ordered the 400 2.8. With that built-in TC, man, I don't know, man. What's your guess on what that's going to cost? Just so you know, if you're watching the video in the background, this guy, he has somebody holding the camera. They're kind of testing the IBIS on it right now, being hand carried. Looks pretty good. It's not too bad. Oh, that's in log he's showing right now, and then graded. It looks pretty good. So I don't know the exchange rates, but so it's 400 euros more in Ireland than it is in Germany. You know, it's funny you mentioned cards too. Everybody's talking about CF Express cards now. When Nikon came out with the XQD cards, and everybody was throwing a fit about it, even Nikon shooters. Now I got to get a different card. Why don't they just stick to the SD card? Well, here's why. And it's good that they started this off early because I've got a collection of XQD cards and now a few CF Express cards. I'm really happy that I've done that because now it's not going to be a big shock buying the camera. I've got plenty of cards. While the XQD may not be as fast, um, they still work just fine for a lot of things in that camera. And oh, by the way, what's everybody going to now? CF Express. Okay. Oh, I sure wish I could get that audio going. All right, somebody else stepped in. Woody, you back or is that somebody else? All right. See if we can find something else to put on the show reel. Oh, uh, sales tax 20% in Ireland. Hmm. Yes. Hey, Mike. Good to see you. I don't know. Did you drop in earlier when I was fighting all the YouTube demons and audio demons? Either way, we're up and running. Yeah, and that's what they said when that goes all the way back. You remember back when XQD cards were starting. I mean, they had been around for a while, and there was the talk about CF Express and the fact that it was the same dimensions and physical format of the XQD cards, and it was going to be the next great thing. And sure enough, here it is. What are you back? So now you can. I know you're getting the Z9. Robert was in here and he's getting the Z9. Um, who else? Who else is going to pick up a Z9? That's a good question. Anybody else have a channel? That can't be possible, Nikan. If you guys are here listening to me, I'm sure we'd be just as interested or more so listening to you. Oh man. Yeah, this morning I was like a kid in a candy store watching the announcement. I think I said at one point it was almost emotional. Um, because it lived up to all the hype. The rumors were spot on, pretty much. Again, Nikon rumors did a great job. Peter over there did a great job. Well, what do you pick up that Z9 and you don't have to worry about it? You can make videos with stills now. Well, I have the Joe Biden syndrome, so I can't remember names and things, and I just kind of muddle through it. I don't think anybody would care. You got a lot of knowledge, now you can. It comes out in your comments, and it would be well worth watching. Maybe I get this Zoom thing started, and I'd love to have you in. Well, whoever, just make it a rotation of people, but let's get in a debate over who would be better at a YouTube channel. And I'll start out with I know that YouTube, either one of you would be better than me. I'm just having fun anyway. Yeah, I'd like to get this, and I'm going to do that. Well, first I got to get the audio sorted out because I think at least I've got the mic sorted out, but it really aggravates me that I can't get this audio from. So what I'm doing is I have another laptop that's feeding the this laptop with one of the, I don't know, what do you call it, those little external plug-in things. And anyway, long story short is even running the audio from the laptop to the Rodecaster Pro, all of a sudden it doesn't work. It worked for a while earlier, and then for whatever reason something changed and it won't work now. Man, there's so much that I noticed, Mike. I mean, there were just so many things that were going on. I need to go back. I watched it again. Well, I tried to. I had to go do some things, but I need to go back and watch that announcement all over again. I mean, it was just fantastic. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Didn't they say in that announcement that the EVS was 120 frames per second? Because now all of a sudden I'm hearing in some of the rumors, you guys may have heard it too, some people are complaining saying either DP Review or somebody said it's only 60.
Hello.
Yeah, my darling bride is here.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, baby. Yeah, you could say that, Nikon. Yeah, but I honestly didn't watch it. I started to watch it just because he put up, his title was Z9. I thought, okay, surely he's going to be happy. No, at least I don't think he was. But I didn't watch the video. I watched maybe a minute of it, and that was it. I couldn't handle it because he loves Nikon. I mean, he just loves Nikon. He gave some ridiculous thing. I've got over 1,000 Nikon lenses. I mean, come on. I didn't notice that. I noticed that they were talking about at 1.2 how the AF tracking was still doing a fine job. So I'd expected it to be very shallow depth of field, but I didn't notice. the Nintendo early Nintendo hand grip or whatever. Yeah, no, I have now. They're coming out of the woodwork because I've seen some of the sites where they are absolutely furious with the person uh, making the video or whatever their comments. I mean, furious. And one guy was, I mean, he's just an idiot, a troll, and he was saying something like Nikon Z9 doesn't even come close to the Sony A1. I mean, come on. Even Fro had to admit. uh, I like Jerry Gionis's piece in that. Now the eye candy for the video was, it was kind of hard to keep up with what the camera was doing. But anyway, when he did that little test, which he actually included in the music video of the camera tracking on a slider and how the AF point just bounced right over the handrail, that was pretty impressive right there. I will say my Z6 II wouldn't have done that. It would have locked focus on the handrail as soon as it saw it. And then by the time it caught focus on the face again, then it would bounce back. Or at least that's been my experience with things getting in the way. I shot some video behind the house here, and I've got cattails that grow right at the water's edge. So you have no absolute clear view of anything coming up or down the creek. And I'm really curious to see now how the Z9 will do shooting the ducks back there and the cattails, going through the cattails. That ought to be interesting. Yeah, and everybody's made mention of that today, that all of a sudden Tony's gone silent. Well, he just shot off his mouth with some stupid stuff in the video yesterday, and now he's paying for it. Here. Oh, almost forgot. Didn't Fro say he single-handedly saved Nikon by providing such stunning feedback to a rep that was here with a direct line to Nikon Japan, uh, pointing out all the things that they had to fix. So we can thank him because the cameras that come out of production should be just so much better because Fro, he fixed it. uh, yeah. Sound of Silence. That'll be his theme song for from now on. So, so there you go. There's Jerry Guiones. I really enjoyed watching him from a video perspective and his creativity with that camera. But anyway, a legend in his own mind. He absolutely is. He's just so narcissist. I mean, such a narcissist is amazing. Uh, yeah, yeah, Mike. Me too. But some of the things he brought up were they were just nitnoy. I mean, is it gonna have a great impact on you using that camera? Absolutely not. No, it is not. And if they can fix the little nitnoid, bugs, then that's great. And he just acted as if he was the only one providing feedback. He didn't say that, but he didn't mention that. Oh, by the way, I'm sure I'm not the only one. No, it was, hey, I had a direct line. That's a quote. And then he stated it again. Said, well, I didn't ever really have a direct line, but I had a rep with me who had a direct line, and we were feeding Nikon all this information as I tested the camera. It's great. Oh, anyway, I lost my train of thought. See, you think you got a problem, Nikan? The the thing that saved me while I was in the army is I always had a name tag to look at. So, who am I? Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is who I am. Uh, yeah. Do you think he ever watches his own videos and cringes sometimes? Like, oh, I can't believe I did that or said that or whatever. I doubt it. He probably won't watch his videos because he doesn't want to have to criticize himself. What I was going to say about Tony is, I know it happened way too close to the announcement. He really wouldn't have had time. But with his little faux pas with Sony and the A7 S4, I'm sure Nikon was thinking, man, I'm glad we didn't let him test the camera. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do. I wish that was my problem, but I haven't been bribed for any to do anything, say anything or whatever. So I could probably afford that 400 2.8 coming out. Oh, no. Yeah. When I first saw this that's playing in the background, I'm thinking, how do you expect me to want to look at a camera right now or a focus point? I'm sorry. Oh, and she is a stunning young lady. Here you go. I tried to stop this several times in the video. Look at the camera when it's on the slider. Look at the battery. I'm wondering if he's powering that off of the battery instead of, well, it has to be Well, he could be using the internal battery, but I just wonder if he is using the USB port for power to the camera and the looks like the Hollyland video transmitter. No, on top of the camera, that's the Hollyland video transmitter, because there's no connection. He's not tethering, and that's pretty impressive too. Yeah, angry photographer. Yeah, he likes to point that out all the time. Yeah, he doesn't have anything. I searched a while back. This is a couple of years ago or so. I searched everything trying to find a portfolio of sorts or something with his photos. I couldn't find anything. You think that's a new Nikon device? That's not the all the it's not one of the Hollyland or who, I don't know how many people are making them now. Yeah, the Hollyland. Hang on a second. Now I got to go get it. Ah. All right, Z6, do your thing. Come on. There we go. Yeah, it's a video transmitter. Um, you get a receiver and the transmitter. Transmitter obviously mounts to the camera. It's HDMI. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not. The side here. Anyway, full HDI for both ends, the receiver and the transmitter, and it'll send the wireless video back to the transmitter to wherever you're capturing it. It's pretty neat. It gives you free flow with the camera when doing video. The other thing is with this little dude, while it's sending the signal to the receiver, you can also link up to 3 iOS devices to it. It's just wirelessly linked, and get the feed from the transmitter coming from the camera. So the DP and everybody else sitting around could have their own monitor watching what's actually taking place. It's pretty cool. I think it was about $400. Yeah, about $400 for the one. And they have several levels of this. Now, there is a bit of latency. And you really couldn't pull focus with this one. I mean, this is $400, but they go up into the thousands, and that are almost no latency. And they were using them for a while. I don't know what the latest thing is, but yeah, I saw that. I saw that, and that's immediately what I thought of, and reminded me that, man, and it was the lower model like this. So it wasn't the big, the really high speed version of this. Has 4 antennas, and I don't know, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I've got pocket wizards too. They're great for linking cameras. That's a cool little thing to do with the pocket wizards. But anyway, it works extremely well. It's got about a 300-foot reach on it from the transmitter to the receiver without any obstacles. Obstacles obviously give it trouble. But I tried it when I first got it, and I could walk all over the house with the camera, and it was still doing fine. And the nice thing is, you pull your iPhone out, and it connects to it, and you can walk around just seeing if your feed drops. It's pretty cool. So I was saying the other night that when I get the Z9, I may have to get them out and get them going again and see if I can't, walk around with the Z9, go out at night or whatever. But we'll see. Woody, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I think a lot of people are beginning to say it now that it's not a matter of the camera will make you better creatively, but it definitely can help out with the ability to do things easier. And I agree with that 100%. I mean, you can take a D5000 now, old D5000 out, and with creativity, get stunning images. But let me put Mr. Guionis back on in the background there. So yeah, it's about convenience, ease of use, and but without creativity, none of it matters. Yeah, Mike, the Cam Ranger is. I had actually looked at that just for ease of moving around a studio doing portraits and stuff without having to fumble with that cord. Which brings me to something: is the Z9 bringing something that will do that for us? I think that I don't know what it was, but I think that you have Gitzo gimbal. Yeah, I have a. I've got a Gitzo. What is it? Series 3. I mean, the tripod weighs more than the camera and the 400, but I've got the Wimberley 2 head on it. Yeah, the a gimbal head is the way to go with a big lens. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. I agree with you there. Yeah, it's the creativity. I mean, that's what makes some of these people remarkable. It isn't the equipment. They're going to be able to do it with most any equipment, but and this is why I was saying early on, and when I started this a week ago or whenever we got started, I'm hoping that we can find people that are going to show the creativity. You can do it with any camera system, but most people don't understand that. They assign any great creative uh, product that you make to the camera system. Okay, well, Nikon needs to get smart about it. Not when I say Nikon, I'm talking about us, the users, and we need to show the world some creativity using Nikon because there are people that don't realize that it really has nothing to do with the camera, but we need to show that, and we don't do it. Nikon users are terrible at that, and um, there are plenty of people out there that create great content, be it photos or video. We just never get to see it. And trust me, I've searched YouTube looking for them. They're few and far between. But every Sony shooter's plastering their stuff up. Yeah, some of it's not so great, but they have a lot of ambassadors or ambassador like people that are constantly filling YouTube with creative content. We need to do that. Mm, sorry, another rant. Yeah, well, Mike, the Z9 has that in spades, doesn't it? Speed, no doubt about it. That blackout free EVF is just fantastic. Yeah. Well, we, the Nikon shooters, have said forever that the color science at Nikon is superb to all the others. Now, that may not be by a great leap and bound, and you'll have Sony people argue with you about, no, Sony's caught up and it's just the same. Well, show me out of camera images, straight out of camera images. Anybody can pretty much edit and make any image look better. Well, not can, or I mean, everybody that posts anything, obviously it's been edited. But it's so much easier with Nikon because it's so close to begin with. Or a crack dealer running from the police. It's that fast. And Canon's not bad. It really isn't bad. Um, I haven't. I definitely haven't seen enough of Sony's to, other than early on, and I mean it was just terrible. But then everybody's argument was, well, it's still a better camera because you can always fix it in post. I don't, I just think a camera that doesn't require fixing it in post is a better option. But this is Corey Rich's video. Corey Rich has been creating video with Nikon for a long time. Yeah, Nikon for a whole lot of reasons. One, obviously, it speeds up your workflow. And the other is sometimes it can be so far out that when you recover either color or exposure or things like that, as you know, it comes across as phony and fake when you have to stretch it too far. Although I will say the Nikon RAW images go a lot farther than some. I shot my stepdaughter's wedding, first wedding, only wedding, never again. But we had a friend, he had a Canon, and so I got all of the images after the wedding. And well, I don't think he did a great job of exposing in a lot of the shots, but trying to recover uh, some of those shots, it just didn't happen. Couldn't make it stretch. Well, that was that's what the Nikon shooters used for a long time to counter all the criticism was, dynamic range, but Canon's made great strides to do better as well. I don't know how far off they are now. You talking raw or JPEGs straight out of camera, Nikon? Oh, it's been a long day today for me anyway. I think that adrenaline rush this morning, waiting for the announcement and then the announcement and being extremely happy with what I saw. I still haven't seen as many videos as I'd like to have looked at. There are people that I'm going to watch that I would never watch or whatever. If it's Z9 oriented. Yeah, but a lot of people criticize Nikon, especially in JPEGs. I mean, who shoots JPEGs all the time, but in JPEGs, saying that the saturation and contrast is I don't know, they don't like it or whatever. Well, I can understand don't like it, but does it make it a bad camera or whatever? I saw that Nikon and I started watching it, and then bam, off I had to go to do another chore. I need to go back and watch it just to hear what Rishi has to say about it. Since I want that lens, and I'm hoping I'll get my hands on it in this first production run. Oh, here you go. Speaking of wondering if Sports Illustrated is going to push for Nikon Z9, um, Netflix has a list of cameras. If you produce something that you want to put on Netflix, indie filmmakers or whatever, and they have a list of cameras. And of course, Nikon doesn't have one on there. Could the Nikon Z9 make it to the Netflix camera list? I didn't either, Woody. The B&H website with the pre-order link and page, they're saying expect it Wednesday, December 5th, by Wednesday, December 15th. I don't know if they just took a shot at it or what. Yeah, Netflix, you mean, Mike? But is it a hybrid camera, or are they using one of the cine cameras? Well, you heard the rep giving the announcement when it comes to the delivery date. He said in 2021. Now, he didn't get any more specific about that, but I expect that um, that means before Christmas or before the end of December, they should be here. And actually, if they'd given a hard date, I don't know if I'd have been as happy if they just said, "Oh, absolutely, they're going to ship on December, 20th or whatever." At least there's room for hope with no specific date. I don't know if that makes sense or not. So you still have people dropping comments about, well, you'll be lucky if you get it by whatever. Well, you know what? True enough. If you didn't pre-order now, you're right. You won't have one for a year, I'm guessing. Again, you think that's because I don't know, just the process of um, customs or something? I mean, right now in America, if we get it earlier than anybody, that will surprise me. Especially with a backlog of cargo that's sitting outside the port. And not just that, but it's got to make it to port, and then you got a backlog for customs to get it all through customs before it even goes out from the port to all the deliveries. So I'm not exactly sure we're gonna beat anybody getting it this year. I don't know how it is for you guys, but the logistics backlog over here is tremendous. You got restaurants that are actually eliminating or taking things off the menu right now because they can't get the ingredients, the fruit and the fresh this and that. That's just one example. Then again, we don't have anybody who wants to work over here anymore. Everywhere you go, there's a sign saying hiring, hiring, hiring. Yeah, Z9 cameras in the sleigh. Oh, I don't know why. I can hear it clear as day coming through the Rodecaster Pro, but for whatever reason, it isn't making it through the live stream. It just aggravates me. I'm gonna get it yet. Oh, so what else did you see that really struck you as that's pretty remarkable? Something that wasn't in the rumors or whatever. Anything? If somebody were to ask me what stood out for you or for me in seeing the camera now, I would say the fact that I see this for me, not for anybody else, but for me being the all around camera. It's going to do it all. Anything I need to do. I've got high megapixel. So obviously great portraits, any landscape uh, that I want to do. And I'm not a big landscape guy, but I do from time to time take my little photo walks. Um, Sports, obviously, video, absolutely. So I can't think. I eliminate a couple of cameras honestly with one camera now. I think it does everything so well that I could live with just the Z9 if I had to. Yeah, the video audio silent. I wish I oh, audio. I said this earlier that audio sound people do not get the credit that they deserve for any video or anything else. It's got to be the hardest part of, well, everything. I don't know why, but audio is so full of gremlins. I thought about trying something else here earlier, but I didn't want to be fiddling around all that stuff with you guys. I didn't figure you cared to. Uh, so now it sounds crazy, but I'm entertaining the thought of a headphone jack USB, like a mic cable, the USB mic cord, and try that going into the my little port extender for my Mac over here. I can't figure it out. It's driving me nuts. Driving me nuts. My A10 Mini Pro, I don't know what's wrong with it. YouTube changed something and made it a whole lot more difficult for the A10 Minis now. I don't know why. Anyway, I wish there was a quick fix so I could get that audio going. Ah, see, now you got me going. uh, how's the audio on the mic? Are you guys hearing any buzzing, interference, or anything on your end? Because I just fought that battle a couple of days ago trying to eliminate. I still hear it in the headphones. And I wondered if you guys were just putting up with it or what. Okay, Mike. Yeah, you're just a few years older than me. Oh, speaking of which, and see, you're talking about having care. And I understand somebody that has some physical disabilities. I don't mean literally physical disabilities, but is getting up there in age and maybe life has been hard, and you know, it's difficult to carry a lot of weight or whatever. What I don't want to hear is 20 somethings and 30 somethings or 40 somethings complaining about, well, it's too heavy if I go out, then this isn't the camera for you. You need a point and shoot and just be happy. It just drives me nuts when they start on that. Don't say it'll be your last camera, Mike. You got a lot of years left in you. Positive, positive. That's kind of all the flagship DSLRs, isn't it? Man, I used to say that to people. They'd say, well, what if somebody tries to grab it? I said, they're going to wear it first. Oh, auxiliary output, line output working. Yeah. Well, I kind of have a unique situation here. Again, I'm running two laptops. So on one laptop, I'm just running videos and stuff like that, which I have fed to my A10 Mini Pro switcher, and it provides that feed that you can see. And I don't know why the HDMI isn't picking up the audio from the laptop as well. It boggles me. So the workaround was to try to go from the output, the headphone output to the Rodecaster Pro, and now I can hear the video fine. It's fine in the headphones. Obviously, you guys can't hear it. So now I'm thinking, okay, so where's the weak link now? I tried running it into the Ninja 5 as in the mic input from the laptop, and the noise is incredible. Let me try it real quick. You guys tell me if get ready to mute. Okay, hang on a second. Well, now I don't have any audio. I don't hear it, so I don't imagine you guys can hear it either. No, not at all. I mean, I can actually raise the audio. I mean, on the Rodecaster Pro, I've got 4 channels, and each are independent, and then it's feeding. I run the the Rodecaster Pro output and use the input on the camera. It always works. It's always worked best that way. Low noise and another thing makes it easier in post. Everything's in sync. Because I'm not going through that nut roll of trying to sync audio to video in post. I know I'm just a weekend warrior. I'm an amateur. Yeah, I don't know. So Nikon, you have the 402.8D, but needs parts to be fixed. Is that something you say that they didn't have parts or whatever? Because I was talking to somebody earlier about my 400D. I'm kind of curious as to when the AF motor is going to decide to die, and thought, should I just go ahead and get it replaced now? Oh man. Well, that didn't do anything. Okay, so that's out. I'll try something else as crazy as this is. I haven't done this yet. I haven't run it into. I can't do that without it. I got to run it to a USB. And I can't do that right now because I'd have to go upstairs and find that adapter. I don't know if that'd work either, but oh well. Yeah, it's aggravating. All right, guys, bear with me. No, that isn't going to work. I don't know why I'm even thinking. Well, yeah, hang on just a second. It's one thing that I haven't thought of trying. Not that I expect it to work, but maybe it'll surprise me like the Nikon price or the Z9 price. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, well, that's good news. I heard that elk calling and I thought, oh, feedback. uh, oh, you can hear something. That's good. Hang on a second.
My job is to photograph the world's greatest athletes and to capture them at the peak of their abilities. When the game is on the line, I need a camera I can rely on, one that's going to take my images to the next level. The Nikon Z9 is that.
Yay. Now all I got to figure out how to do is to turn the headphones down because it's killing me. Okay. Okay, so that's bearable. You see what I mean? Okay, looking at the view. I lost my mic. So you just hear me now? I don't hear me now. Test 1, 2. Now I do. All right. Okay. uh, you gotta love Fro. I'll tell you just gotta love him. All right. Well, I think I found out enough to maybe fix this tomorrow. Looks like a spider web behind the laptops here. All right. Yeah, the D. You gotta love Fro. Well, again, I thank him though, because without him, we wouldn't get a production model that was any good. Yeah, so that's, back to those firmware updates. I know everybody wants the exact same AF and tracking as the Z9, but it obviously isn't going to be close to that. I mean, I'm sure they're going to max out the XP6 to give the most they can to the Z62 and Z72. But didn't they say the uh, processor in the Z9 was 10 times faster than the XP 6? All right. All right, I'm gonna quit playing with it for now, but I don't know if you can hear it. Well, Nikon, you just need to box that thing up and ship it to me. I'm just kidding, man. I don't know if we can get parts for it either, but that's something else. This younger generation that just got into cameras 3 years ago, and there are a lot of them out there, even in the forums, as if they're you know super experienced or whatever, but they have no idea that we were shooting 12 megapixel and extremely happy with it, and they made fantastic images. Yeah, and I can. After the conversation I had earlier tonight, I think it's time to do it just to be sure. Maybe give it some longevity because if the thing craps out in a year or 2 years, I'm less likely to be able to get the parts for it. So, yeah, I agree. I don't know if I was talking to you about it, but I also thinking about with my 200 f2 with the early version of VR, which is really nothing. I don't know if it would be worth trying to get, and whether they can or not. I think the lenses are pretty much identical, other than the well, I don't know, but I still need to do that. Call Nikon and ask them about could they update the VR in a VR one lens, the 200 f2. I'd like to get it. I do okay without it, um, but it would be nice to have a stronger VR in that lens. Yeah, Mike. Yeah. I was thinking about you made mention of the sports photographers, especially if they're tethered going to a producer, editor, or whatever. The 11 megapixels more than enough. You could also drive them crazy and just shoot them about 2,500 photos and say you're so picky. Here, take your pick. Yeah, the Z mount, and not all of them, I guess, is what they were saying. They're only some, or not. I don't know how many, but I think he made that statement that there will be only be some of the Z lenses that will be able to take advantage of that high frame rate. So we'll see, I guess. Well, a lot of us are going to find out as soon as we get the Z9 body because we're going to be hooking up everything we've got to it. I'm glad that he said that, because I'd be a little upset if I hooked up a G lens and couldn't even get close to those frames per second. Then again, it may surprise me, all of us, and do just fine. But he did make mention of the fact that only some lenses would have the ability to take advantage of those high frames per second. You think it'll be the end of 2022 for the big telephoto lenses? I don't think it. I mean, yeah, I'm beginning to wonder, excuse me, what the production run's going to be on the super telephotos. I don't think typically there was a huge production run for super telephotos for obvious reasons, the cost. But like you said, these lenses may come in under what we're used to for the G and E models. And maybe they will have a larger production run, at least initially, because you got to fill up the bench again. They're all new for the Z9 or Z cameras. So it's going to take time to fill the bench before you have subs or extras. Well, what do you mean bandwidth issues? I don't understand, Mike. You talking about for all the new stuff coming out, or you talking about all the legacy glass or something? Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, here you go. This is how up to date I am. Does Nikon still have the 5-year warranty? I know that's not what you're asking, but I'm just wondering. At least if that's the case, okay. If that's the case, I would expect there to be a 15, 20-year parts for legacy glass. And when I say legacy, I'm talking legacy, excuse me, um, S lenses. Just because I expect that doesn't mean it'll be the case. Yeah, it'd be a big loss, that 302.8. Yeah, I know it along with the 200 are two of the sharpest lenses there are. Can you guys still hear the excuse me, hear the video in the background? Yeah, Nikon, you may not have been in here when we were talking about Matt Irwin, or I'm sorry, Matt Granger. Yeah. I think the best thing that came out of that when he was talking about that was the fact that he shot some video and everything and still had a third of the battery remaining. That's good. Yeah, I don't get that. And Nikon seems to shoot themselves in the foot every time with the mirrorless. The problem is it becomes a talking point again. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a shielded cable that I'm using in one of the cables. And while that could be causing some problems with the background noise, that's not an excuse for the volume. I'll tackle it tomorrow. All right. I'm going to try to figure it out tomorrow. Excuse me, tomorrow. You guys don't want to be a guinea pig all night long. I know that. I was going to say the view meter was it wasn't even clipping. It was pegged. And you say you couldn't hear it. That's why you heard all the what sounded like white noise. I mean, it's just trying its best and it's just not working. So I'll have to do something else. I'll figure it out. I think. I think I will. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like everything else, Mike. I'll figure something out. I'll find something. It'll be something simple, something I would say, yeah, it can't be that. And then it is. Oh, well. Thanks, KJ. Yeah, Kai and Locke, they're always funny. Somebody made a comment about them. I don't know if you guys ever watch, what's the car show with Jeremy and I can't remember. I was looking at something else here. But that's what they remind me of. That Top, what is it? It's not Top Gun, is it? Top Gear. Top Gear. The original Top Gear. And they were just hilarious. I love watching those guys. I mean, it's just one laugh after another. And somebody made a comment saying they're the equivalent to the OG Top Gear crew. And they are. They're just fun to listen to. Guys, is there you go, Nikon. You and he need to be in a live stream Zoom meeting. We'd all have a ball, that's for sure. All right, Mike. Yeah, the English guys. Yeah, they were just hilarious. Yeah, I watch I watch those reruns quite often just because they're so funny. I can still hear that video, and I have cut the feed to it. Now this is really becoming weird. I have no idea what's going on. Oh well, again, I'll figure it out maybe tomorrow. So Mike, were you saying you're getting ready to bail out? So who all do we have in here now? I don't even know. KJ, Nikon, Mike, you're still here at least for the moment. Would he bail on us? Maybe he's having the same YouTube problems I'm having. No, I'm just kidding. But YouTube is to blame for something here because I couldn't even get the live stream going again after I rebooted. Oh, no birds in flight. Who was it said they did a search for birds in flight on YouTube? Nikon Z9 bird in flight, and found a few videos. Well, it just goes to show you how popular birding and bird in flight is if there's only a few videos. Oh, it's terrible. I shouldn't say that, but I got a kick out of everybody complaining. Where's all the bird in flight videos and teaser? Oh, come on. Yeah, yeah, angry photographer. Yeah, he could tell me. It'd probably have something to do with magnetism. He's all about those magnets. He's solving, he's providing uh, astrophysicists with magnet solutions and something. I don't know. I make fun of him because it's just, I don't. He's just over the top with whatever he's doing. He is absolutely over the top with stuff. And the other day he was, yeah, string theory, exactly. And the other day he was on this kick about, again, I didn't watch it. I just saw his little thing, read the description on this about death, and you don't really die, and your soul doesn't go anywhere, and all kinds of Kama Sutra crap. And you got to be kidding me. He's got it all figured out. Any questions you have about anything theoretical, especially, he'll clarify it for you, and it becomes fact. And then all the scientists have not scientists. I'm talking about the PhD level guys, astrophysicists and such. He's got it all figured out, but they can't. So I don't know why he's asking for money on his YouTube channel if he's got all this knowledge. He obviously is an important man in science. Shoot, I'm happy to spell before correctly. I'm not claiming to be a physicist of anything. Oh, me, oh, me, oh, me. I did notice something. I was looking at the analytics for these live streams, and a couple of them have done real well. I'm sure the way I start these videos trying to fix audio problems, probably most people are like, I ain't watching this. I think it's just funny. Oh yeah, I mean, I just saw something pop up here. Another, I don't know what it is. Anyway, yeah, I mean, look, he's got some camera knowledge. I mean, he'd been in it for a while. I think his claim was he used to work on cameras. There you go. You need to contact him with all his massive, you know, parts bins and everything else. And it was he talked about that being I don't know, camera and lens repair, Nikon stuff. But all kidding aside, you know, there is the possibility he's got what you're looking for laying around that house. If, in fact, what he says is true, you might get lucky there because he's mentioned that more than once. And that's what makes him an expert on the sensors and the processors and everything else. And all that came out when he was talking about the Tower Jazz sensors. And you know, we still don't know for sure. I don't. I mean, I think you guys have said something about it before too when we talked about it. But anyway, he's the guy, man. He may have it all. Yeah, what's the meaning of life? He'll tell you. I guarantee you will get a response for that. I guarantee you. He's got some free booklet out when I watched a video a while back on, I don't know, as you said, string theory or something. I don't know. Yeah, he's definitely got more cameras than anybody else. Now, we've never seen them, but he's got them. Oh, it's kind of like he's got photos, but we've never seen them. I felt bad. I don't know how I could feel bad, but I did. I felt bad when he had that little photography meet up with what's the Sony guy that I don't know. There's a lot of controversy around him too. But anyway, he and the angry photographer got together there in Lexington and had have a shootout, and it was just sad. I mean, absolutely sad. You guys may have seen it, but it was more than sad. He he comes out there with one of his do it yourself light reflector flash or something I don't know. Uh, it was just sad. I mean, he couldn't compose a photo. Yeah, Jason Lanier. Yeah, did you watch that? That was just sad. It was embarrassing. It was really embarrassing. So I think that says it all. I bet you can't find that video now. uh, I mean, that's bad when I say I felt bad for him, but that's what he gets. You know, that's the old put up or shut up. And he was dumb enough to take that challenge and boy, but he and Jason were going at it for a while. Yeah, but those two were going at it because the angry photographer was definitely talking bad about him and about his dealings with models and all the things he had done wrong and blah blah blah. I don't think it was ever to the extent that he made it out to be. However, there was definitely some inappropriate something or another that went on with one of his models, or at least that's what she says. So maybe it didn't happen either. But anyway, he was all over it though, and there were lawsuits. There was speak of lawsuits between them or something. I don't know. But all right, enough about the angry photographer. However, it is amusing. He's an amusing topic anytime, I think, anywhere he seems to come up. Mm. I think Peter banned him like on rumors. Oh, it's too funny. Mm. Oh man, Nikan, you're being awful quiet. I know you're mad because I can't get the sound on the background video, and I understand. Oh, hey, we've been going for 2.5 hours. It's been fun, at least for me. I don't know. I don't know if it is for you guys. Maybe it isn't for some because they've dropped out. Did Woody again? Did Woody drop out? Woody, you out there? Or did I miss your goodbye? Or don't see you. Robert dropped out earlier, but he was just he had to do something, or he said he was dropping out. Hmm. Uh, expected old Tarp to drop by. Yeah, I wanted to do this at 6 tonight on or my time. Not for me, but for other people, it might be a little bit better. Oh, Nikon's on eBay searching for parts for his lens right now. I'm serious, Mike. His email address is available on his channel, I think, somewhere. I kid you not. It might be the one in a million chance that he might have something you want. Thank you, sir. I don't know why you would subscribe, but I really do appreciate it. Uh, yeah, and yes, I do need to fix my feed. I've just been doing the live streams because I like the interaction better. It just isn't the same if you drop a video. Not to mention the fact that it's going to take time to put the video together and everything else. Not that I won't do that here in the future, but I think right now it's kind of fun just to have people in here, and the banter is always good, and I like that. Maybe I'll get the big package for the Zoom meeting, and we can just put a whole bunch of people in here. Look like the Brady Bunch sitting around talking. Yeah, it's been a pretty eventful day for photographers, at least in the Nikon camp. Man, you got to change your name, Nikon, because I'm calling you Nikon and Nikon. Just kidding, of course, but yeah, a pretty eventful day. And all the adrenaline's wearing off, and I think that we're going to see you see some more videos here soon. Yeah, it would be great. That would be great. You know, maybe somewhere down the road we can try to do, or we can make that happen. All bets are off right now with COVID and so many other things, and the political atmosphere in this country, and the crime rate in this country, and all that. But it's always nice when you can do that. I've done that with some car guys before. We eventually found a location that was somewhat convenient for all of us, and we got together and had a ball after chatting on the internet for so long. Oh yeah, yeah. So a little bit of my history again here. I was doing a lot of contracting. COVID stopped that, but I was spending about 6 months, 6 to 8 months a year, and it was killing me being away from home all the time. But 6 to months, 6 to 8 months a year out in Salt Lake City. And while I was out there working, I'd always have every now and then I'd have a day or a couple of days, and I tried to get out and see as much as I could. Took the cameras, had a ball. I always said I'd love to go to Utah and spend about 2 weeks at least in all the national parks, moving around the national parks there. Man, that's just landscape heaven, isn't it? I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it though. Um, I was telling my wife it's like fifth on the list for most desirable places to go photograph in the world. So, yeah, I read that a while back, or maybe it's just for landscape. Maybe it was with all landscape photography. It's number 5 in the world or something like that. And in the United States, it's like 3 of the national parks out there are on the top 10 locations for the United States. Yeah, you go out there and you wouldn't think there's much to look at, but wow, what a landscape it is. No sound. Yeah, man, don't tempt me, Mike, because I have been out at night and shot just some what do they call it? Not astrophotography, but night landscape or whatever. I think astrophotography infers that you're actually shooting some planetary object or something with trackers, like you say, and all that. And the long, I don't know. Yeah, that would cost me a fortune to go that route too. Oh, there's no doubt about it. Believe it or not, there's a weatherman up in Kentucky in Louisville that's into astrophotography. Imagine that, a weatherman. He's a good guy too, as good as weathermen get, I guess. But he does, that's his hobby, and he does that quite often. Post photos, and I know that just recently Saturn was spectacular because I saw some of his photos. Yeah, it's not too bad. But then again, then how much time do because I'm one of those obsessive people. Once I get into it, then that's all I'm going to do for a while. Not that that's a bad thing, but everything else gets pushed away. What do you mean no sound? You're talking about the video in the background. Yeah, I've given up on that tonight. I spent too much time leaning over to the left and right trying to figure it out, but I'll get it. Uh, The problem is I've got to be live because I had it set up and working when I just recorded to the Ninja 5. It worked fine. Don't ask me why it stops with the live stream. I don't know. It's crazy. It's YouTube's fault. It's not mine. I did everything right. YouTube did it. Or maybe I'll just get on one of his weekly live streams, the Angry Photographer, and just throw this perplexing problem at him. Because I'm not going there. Oh man. Oh yeah, there's actually a location out there in Utah that's one of the darkest places in the U.S. It's a national park, a smaller one, but it's at 10,000 feet or something like that, ridiculously high. And it's the darkest, one of the darkest locations in the United States. Yeah, he did with a cigar. He sure did, and I can. There's a show now. I don't know, one of the things here, networks or something. There's a show about that now, a mini series or something. I'm sure it makes Hillary happy. Yeah, let me go relive this all again. The embarrassment. It was just a marriage of convenience anyway. One one pushing the other up until he's done, and then him hoping he would push her up to the top. Well, it didn't work out that way. Anyway, I'll get a strike on YouTube for talking politics unless it's liberal. Anyway. Oh, yeah. There's your bird photography. You missed it. Hmm. Well, I can't imagine that you run out of locations for great landscape photography out there over there in Nican. What's the guy's name? I watch him all the time too. The landscape guy in England and Britain. Huh. Man, Mike, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. Yeah. It just yeah. It's just the perfect storm, isn't it? You can't even go down three places on that line and survive. I mean, gee, knee. Yeah, we're all hoping that things change a little bit at the midterm. So we'll see. Boy, that's our only hope. Well, Thomas Heaton, yeah, I've seen him, but no, this guy, what's his name? I got a subscription. I got to subscribe to him. He's kind of witty, kind of fun. He's been off for a while. His father died like a year ago or something. His mother just passed away, and I know that took a lot of wind out of his sails. No, not Nigel Danson. I've seen him too. Uh, Hang on, I'll find out. You got me on the hunt now. Let's see. Boy, the rejection on this mic got better. I don't know how that is. YouTube's fault. All right, let me put my ugly mug up here for a second. Yeah, I'll find his name real quick. It shouldn't take me but a minute. He's one. I'm subscribed to his channel. He's fun. He's a lot of fun to watch. Do. Let's see. Yeah. Yep. See what I mean? In your word, I can't remember anything. I watched this guy 100 times and can't remember his name. What's wrong? Yeah, Gary Go is somebody I've watched too. I like Gary. I liked it when he had his little puppy dog alive, tagging along with him. That was always fun to watch. Simon Erdley. No, I don't know that I've seen him, but I'll check him out. Oh, come on, Chuck. Jiminy. I hate getting old. I really do. Because in my mind, I'm not old. Oh. Ugh. Come on. Come on. Come on. Well, what a pain. Ah, there he is. There he is. Have you said it yet? All right, Paul Johnson. My feed just died. That wouldn't surprise me if it did. Nothing surprised me today, especially. Again, YouTube. YouTube is at fault here, not me. So anyway, Paul G. Johnson. uh, what, buddy? What? Nah, I haven't given you any attention. You're letting me know it, aren't you? Yeah. Poor kitty cat. Deprived, starving cat. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Are you saying I can't, for me to check him out, or you just, Paul G. Johnson? Yeah, I like him. I like watching the guy. It's getting late for you, isn't it, Nican? You're one of those night birds, night owls, night birds. I got birds in flight on the mind. Yeah, those 2 hours of sleep a night days are over for me. I done got lazy. Yeah, I'd love to go to Ireland. We have some friends that just were just over in Ireland. Birds in focus. Yeah, my kitty cat's jealous of the live stream. I think he just plopped down on the floor. Yeah, he did. Two-legged BIF. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a picture of the cat with the Z9 and post that on, I don't know which one it is, on one of the Facebook pages, because it just annoys them to death. And the second photo I'm going to take is of the box. Oh, they just go crazy over there. Although it is really good to see, there are some people over there that are producing some, great work, and it's good to see that. But then you got to put up with all the critiquers, the critics, trying to tell you what's wrong with it when you love it yourself. Yeah, he wants attention. He's like that though. Like I said, he's my puppy cat. He's more like a dog, I think, than a cat. Cat in a Z9 box. There you go. Excellent idea. I can kill 2 birds in focus with 1 stone. Oh man. A cat in a Z9 box. I'm doing it now. I am doing it. That is just too funny. I need to get me a teleprompter to put the chat box on it so I can look up every now and then. But you fellers are so entertaining. I'm afraid I'm going to miss something by looking up. Yeah, I'm still not completely retired, Mike. I retired from the Army, I did about 10 years back and forth into Afghanistan and Iraq. I'm, I'm tired of that. And some other years out in Salt Lake City, as I explained, but that's pretty much, I'm pretty much done with all the crazy stuff. I think I've lived more in my 60 years than 10 people have. It's just where my career took me. But anyway, I got a few more years left in me to work, and then that's it. Then all I'm going to do is take photos and make stupid live streams. Talk about the good old days. Yes, sir. I got about 50 months on the ground in Afghanistan and almost 18 months on the ground in Iraq. And that is something I couldn't have a camera, couldn't take photos. But oh, how I wish I'd had a camera. You talking about some photos. Oh man. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Here are the keys we're leaving. Oh man. Everybody was screaming about not giving the troops what they needed early on and blah blah blah. Who knew that everything that went over there was just going to be turned over to them? And with the well, whatever. You know what? I'm going to tell you right now. I was a news junkie. I just couldn't get enough news. And I mean, it was just making me miserable because there was nothing I can do other than vote. And finally, I said, "That's it. I'm not watching the news anymore." I get enough. I can see the headlines going over, my phone and everything else. I get every now and then there's something that might pique my interest, but I just quit watching it because I just can't stand it. Yeah, I mean, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. A lot of people didn't like him for a lot of reasons or whatever. But you know what? Look at the country. Let's forget about his Twitter and what he said and everything else. The bottom line is look at the country during that. And the country was doing exceptionally well. And we would have done better through COVID with him. No doubt about that. But hey, our president has saved us all with his vaccination program, which he had nothing to do with. But anyway, yeah, don't get me started. I'm done too. I'll stop. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. It was fun. Honestly, I enjoyed what I did. Even the craziness that happened from time to time, I can tell you what it feels like and sounds like with gunfire over your head. Been through 3 IED moments. And I often wondered how I walked away, so often. If it wasn't for the Lord watching over me, I guess that'd been it. But yeah, it's fun. I enjoyed serving. Electronics engineering and economics and finance plus politics degree in computer science. You studied. You have the degree. No, you're absolutely right, and that's the big problem. And they're still concerned. They are absolutely concerned because he never really got. He needed to get to that lame duck period so that he could really turn the dogs loose. And that was the big buzz phrase. Clean the swamp, clean out the swamp. And I don't know if it's even possible anymore in America. It's so bad. And it's not just the left. I mean, we got the rhinos in there. How do all these people become multi-millionaires on 176,000 a year or whatever? We all know, but yeah, it's something else. So you might even work on your PhD, man. That's fantastic. I'm a GED honor grad. The only thing my wife and I have in common educationally is she's a PhD and I'm a GED. Yeah, I think so. I like DeSantis. I'll come clean here. I loved Trump for all that he shook up and everything else. I love the way the country, at least on the fiscal side, was going. I love the fact that I actually got to pay less than $3 or even $2 for a gallon of gas there for a bit. There's just so many things to like about what was going on. And the media is now the tool for politicians, but not conservative politicians. And the media, for a good while now, has been driving the country. They follow the narrative from the liberal side and preach it over and over and over. It's just absolute brainwashing going on. So yeah, I uh, yeah, he did, and I mean, he was shutting up China too. And look where we're at now. I mean, this thing in Taiwan. Oh, mm, um, somebody made a statement, told me a long time ago, and I'm finding that it's pretty daggone close to being accurate. Is Democrats get us into wars, and Republicans are stuck with it and have to get us out. It may not be every case, but looking back, that's pretty accurate. Hmm. Ah, okay. All right, Mike. Yeah, follow the money. I mean, that's a buzz phrase too. Absolutely. But no matter what you dig up or whatever anybody digs up, the media will ignore it if they can or turn it around so it benefits them. There's just no way past the media anymore. They have become they are actually who controls this country. So anything I can do about that. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's I mean, look at Iran now. Ah, man. And well, in the previous administration before Trump, I mean, look, $500 billion in cold hard cash in the middle of the night. Yeah, North Korea is back on the rampage again. You know, he's going to do whatever he wants to do now, and there's nobody that's going to stop him because their philosophy for everything is, well, let's talk. I'm sorry. There's a time to talk, but you got to draw a line and stick to the line. So, yeah, I think a whole lot more people loved him than actually stated they loved him. Hey, Briar. Yeah. Yeah, but again, I don't want to go down that path because it just gets me, man. And once I get going, I can't stop. And here's the bad thing. For a long time, I just quit even discussing it because it just got me in trouble. Because, well, not really in trouble, but and I'm not saying I'm staying quiet to hide the way I feel, man. They ask me, and I'm going to tell them, but I'm just I don't I don't know. I keep saying the woke generation in America. I'm sick of that. I feel sorry for all the kids that are going to wake up one day and realize how they went down the wrong path. Yeah, absolutely, Mike. And it looks like it's something's going to happen. They've been very aggressive. China's been very aggressive here recently, and I don't know. Again, I go back to it's just like a dog. A dog smells fear. Somebody's afraid. The dog knows that. I don't know if it's literally smells or what, but they sense that. And that's what's going on around the world right now is all the bad actors realize that if they want to do something, they can because America's just going to want to have to have a talk. I mean, we send that man woman thing, whatever, around to talk about things. I don't know. Where have we gone in this country and the world? All right, don't get me started, Mike. You're winding me up, and I'm not going to go there right now. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Nigan. You're absolutely right. And here's something else. He genuinely loves America. He really does. I mean, that's so obvious, um, and he was the people's president. So yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't. Yeah, I agree with you, man. There's a turd, Johnson. I think he's the one that had Kennedy killed. Oh, yeah. We used to have uh, a lot of conservative or middle of the road Democrats. They were definitely fiscally conservative, and that's all gone now. I mean, the only holdout, somewhat, is West Virginia. That's it. You're not boring everyone. What are you talking about? I'm the one that's probably boring everybody. See, people come through here and they do a quick click to look, and they hear me trying to figure out what my name is and babbling, and then they're gone. I'm just watching the video in silence, by the way. Joe McNally. He lives about 10, 15 miles from me. Well, that's good to know, Nikan. I'm glad somebody outside us has an interest in our politics. I think the great segment of Australia does as well. I like watching their news better than my own. Yeah, I thought about riding over to Joe McNally's house one day and say, "Hey, how do I work this thing?" Oh, I'm sure he didn't care for anybody bothering him at home. Oh boy. Man, Mike, you're hanging in here, man. I know you were ready to go a little while ago. I'm not trying to run you off. I hope we didn't. I hope I didn't drag you back in here. Uh, Depeche Mode. Which song? Enjoy the silence. Yeah. I didn't know who Depeche Mode was. I had a team sergeant that worked for me. I was in SF, so that's a long story about how that works. But anyway, he'd gone off to do a tour at Cornell as the ROTC NCO there. And when he came back, now he's my age. And when he came back, he was all into Depeche Mode. And I kept saying, "Who? What?" I didn't know anything about him, but he fell in love with Depeche Mode while he was there. Yeah, it's absolutely true. And when you look at military might and the will to fight, a conventional battle, we're second to none. However, there's a lot of technology. Well, China's got a lot of technology now. Where do they get it? Us. And because we're so stupid in this country. It's so open. I mean, it's a spy's paradise in this country. I'm telling you. You can't go to any other country and walk and do or move freely, not stand out. You can't do that anywhere else. But here in America, yeah, and it's sad. It is really sad. I mean, I've been quite a few places around the world, and let's see, 10, 17, 27. So I've got 27 years on the ground, pretty much in Southwest Asia. And well, here I go again. And people tell me things all day long talking about, well, they're not so bad or they're this or whatever. And I said, have you ever spent a moment outside the United States? And of course the answer is, well, no, but that doesn't matter. Oh, it does matter. So I'm not going to keep going. You say he's controlled by a puppet. Now, I've been saying this a long time for whoever on the Democrat side, any Democrat president, I don't think any of them are calling the shots. I think there is a puppet, an obscure puppet calling the shots. And for a long time, everybody was saying it was Soros. And I don't know. I don't know who it is, but there is definitely something behind the scenes there because another buddy of mine who worked with me in contracting, he says, Chuck, you don't understand. Even, an Obama or Biden or whatever, he said they are expendable. The Democrats only see that the movement must go on. It doesn't matter who it is. If they get in the way, the movement must move forward with them or without them. And he's absolutely right from everything I've seen. I think it's absolutely true. Well, okay, I'll buy the Irish because I don't see so much about you guys, and what you think or whatever about U.S. politics. I'm glad to hear that they are, but I hope it's for the right reason. UK, yeah, they're definitely interested in U.S. politics, but it is not for the right reason for the most part. Um, you know, I mean, everybody's loving Biden being in office because Biden, whatever you want to do, he's like, okay, okay. Uh, the populace in UK was not happy at all when Trump was in office, but all of a sudden it's like, yeah, okay. Even though I know that they make fun of Biden at times, but that's okay. Yeah, France is fickle, no doubt about it, Mike. Yeah, I mean, we know that Soros was tied to the mass migration out of South Central America, uh, but I mean that's just funneling money. Um, yeah, don't get me started on that either. Oh Lord, you guys are going to cause me to have fits tonight. Mike, at one time, and being a long time uh, army uh, folk, I would agree with that 10 years ago. But there was a major purge that went on under the Obama administration. And I mean, it was kind of the swear allegiance to the Fuhrer. Um, and if you didn't, then you didn't fit in. And there was a great purge of a lot of real war fighters. And it may not be all of them, but what we were left with were some folks that are less apt to do what's right and more apt. And somebody told me a long time ago, generals are all politicians. That's how they became generals. And there's a lot of truth to that. But there are some now that I don't believe in at all. Ah, Peter Gregg just posted a video. Nikon Z9. That ought to be fun to watch. And this is the Z6 on camera B. I like watching Peter. He's just entertaining. Okay. Yeah, no doubt about it. I agree, Mike. No doubt about it. I just want to know who the puppeteer is. I've been trying to figure that out for the longest time. But yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right, Nikan. And again, it goes back to, I mean, for a lot of reasons, but one of the big reasons why they've done everything they can to prevent him from ever entering into political office again is because they're absolutely afraid that he's going to blow the lid off of all the corruption and everything else. Not to mention, there are people that, with real judges and a real court system, there are people that are going to go to jail, and he's just they're doing everything they can to make sure that doesn't happen. Well, 3 more years maybe for the office of president, but what we can do is save ourselves a lot of heartache at the midterm, and let's get the Senate back, the majority there. And we also need to work on the majority in the House. Once we have Congress, at least we can safeguard ourselves quite a bit. But right now, we are super vulnerable. And like you said, it isn't even good to drop one level there. We can't drop 3 levels, meaning we can't go beyond, even down to the, um, oh, shoot. No, I just saw something else. Sorry. Shiny object and I'm gone. We can't even drop all the way down to Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House. And that's why we need that. We need to get these majorities back, even if it's just by a shy margin, just to protect ourselves. That helps us. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to get real interesting here about next summer. I mean, it's already interesting, but it's going to get real interesting about next summer. You can't imagine the amount of money that's being poured into campaigns already. It's just, it's unbelievable. Yeah. Um, yeah, I think that uh, Republican governors, states with Republican governors, but even in some of those, the thing is that it's the cities that's killing us. It is just the cities are killing us. They have just turned into progressive liberal bastions, and the populations have grown so much that they are beginning to control the state. So yeah. Anyway, now I'm gonna get off that. I got to get off of it. I know I keep saying that, but I really do. It's easy for me to get wound up. My wife talks about it all the time. She's a staunch conservative Republican as well. But she'll tell me all the time, you need to just calm down. You need to settle down. And we have, being in Connecticut, which is where I'm at here, being in Connecticut, we don't have a shortage of liberals here, even some family and friends. And yeah, I just can't handle it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter whether they're telling him. They got giant flash cards and teleprompter with about 95 font, and doing it manually, going one line at a time. It doesn't matter. He is just absolutely, and I feel bad for the fact that he's suffering from Alzheimer's or whatever. Um, but I tell you what really curbs that empathy is the fact that he was willing to take the office knowing what he was doing, knowing how he was, what his condition was. And if it wasn't for his wife grabbing him all the time and saying, Jojo, focus on me, focus on me. I mean, he would just be completely out of control. We just started a new program in America where we're going to build airplanes with ice cream, and your dog can get a new bone, and we're going to have fun because we're going to the park after this. And cows are brown. Well, not all brown. Some are brown and white. I mean, that is him. Banjax. Oh, yeah. You're definitely up to date, Nikan. You really are. It's embarrassing. The most hated country in the world, according to the liberals, because of the way we are. And there are what, 5,000 more migrants heading to the border? Well, we ain't too hated, are we? Yeah, that's it. You got no, I can't. You just trap me, man. You just keep trapping me. Ah, hmm. Oh, yeah, Nancy. Oh, that's what I need to do. Go on my rants. Start a political live stream and go on my rants. And then I'd have all the weirdos in here. Boy, wouldn't that be a mess? Not to mention YouTube would shut me down because that's the way it is anymore. Oh, No, you're right. I can. You're absolutely right, Mike. And but is it worth the battle? I mean, here, um, yeah, 50,000 looking for free stay handouts. Yep, yep. The power of photography and politics. Here for your pleasure. Nikon. Oh, I hear my cat going again. At least he's not in here whining to me. He will be in a minute. Uh, oh man. So when we go get this camera, let's get that. Let's talk about that. What's our next prediction? I mean, we're doing pretty good so far. I think we've been pretty daggone close. And I said from the get go to myself, man, if I can pick up that 1 to 400 and the Z9 for under $8,500, I'll be a happy camper. And as it turns out, that is the case. uh, Woody, you ghosting Woody? I only see two in here. Woody's on his stealth computer. Yeah, we're still at it, man. We got going on politics, and it's probably not a great subject to go start this time of the night because I definitely need to get some sleep. Yeah, let's work on the camera first. Where's the camera gonna? When's the camera gonna arrive? I want to shoot. I think you said something about the 1st of December. I'm game with that. I got to go down to New York City in December. I can't remember when, like the 10th of December or something like that. Ugh, I don't like going down there. But my wife wants to go. She has some friends coming up and they want to go. But she did say, well, you can just go off and shoot photos. Okay. I do like the street photography down there. It's a lot of fun. But I would like that camera to come in before we go down there. Tell us what you really think. Yeah. I don't know if that's to the group or to me or what, Mike. No, I don't want to tell you what I really think. Uh, I just turned into the angry photographer. If I'm going to go off on something, it's going to be on some of the stupidity that we see in some of the forums. I mean, it's just beyond describable at times. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's that. Now here you go, man. That's a good point. Um, you can't imagine how many people get upset at B&H, uh, because especially this time of the year with all the Jewish holidays that take place, and that's they're not shipping. They're not going to ship anything in that time frame. And it never fails. There's something hot that comes out that people want. They try to order it, and they order it, maybe right before the holidays or in the middle of the holidays or whatever. And these people they just they come unglued. Well, that's stupid. Wow, what a statement. That's stupid. Yeah, the non-gender freaks. Uh, oh man. Okay, so yeah, now I'm afraid I hit the nail on the head on the Z9 and pretty close on the 100 to 400. I know you were right there with me, Nikon. But now on the shipping date, wow, that's taking a chance, man. You take a chance on being very wrong, and then it just negates. uh, yeah, it could very well be for me too, Mike. I just have I'm going on the word of the guy that I talked to at the camera shop, and who knows? Who knows? He could have 15 buddies that come in that buy a whole lot more than I do and say, hey, I want it first. I don't think they're that way, but how would I ever know if they were or not? So Klinger, what a show. And looking back, I never noticed it back then. I mean, you could see hints of it, but I never realized how liberal that show was too. It was still funny. I still loved watching it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to shoot for the 1st of December. That's probably not a great date to shoot for because for my camera, it'll take 4 days to get to me shipping. Unless I pay the price of another camera to get it early or overnight or whatever. Oh, man, my back's hurting. I've been sitting in this chair so long now, my back hurts. Not to mention, I'm sitting there shaking my leg like a 4-year-old having to pee. Just thought you would want to know. Maybe an overshare, but yeah. Do you have any idea when I don't know who you pre-ordered with, but you have any idea? And maybe a dumb question: where you would stand in the queue? Nikon. I mean, the only reason I know where I'm in the queue, if somebody doesn't pay them off to dump me down 5 or 6 slots, but I know that I'm first in the queue at the store unless they do something to change that. uh, does everything? This may be a crazy question too, Nikon. Does everything come directly into Ireland, or is there a focal point in Europe anywhere? Or I don't know. Yeah, and that's why I was saying everybody was watching. You just sometimes you got to take a chance if you have the opportunity, and you got to jump in there and order as soon as you can. But a lot of people are talking about, well, I'm gonna wait and see the blah 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 if it pans out. Well, that's stupid. I mean, if you got a chance to get on a waiting list before it's even announced, I'm just saying if you do, and you think you might want it, well, you're just stupid for sitting back and waiting, uh, because you're going to fall in the middle of the queue somewhere or whatever. You're fighting that battle of trying to get in the beginning of the pre-orders or whatever. And then, those people are the ones that are going to be screaming in 3 or 4 months about, well, how long is it going to take before I get the camera? Well, you might have had it by now, but because you're one of those people that's got to wait till everything's said and done, you could have ordered it, and then if you found out you didn't like it, stop it. But anyway, I'm just probably preaching to the choir here. Yeah, yeah, Mike. Oh man. So how does Nikon determine the number? Do they just add all the whoever goes through Nikon UK? They throw those numbers in together. Oh man. Irish. Uh, yeah, man. So that does add a delay for you getting the camera then too, because there's no way it's going to hit the beach and Nikon UK goes, "Hey, get these out quick to Ireland." I would imagine there's a huge delay. And does it now? Let me ask you this. Obviously, it's going through whatever customs are for UK or whatever. Does it also go through a customs process once it leaves the UK going to Ireland? I don't know. It may be a stupid question. Oh, it's a shame. Oh man. Now, speaking of that, Mike, yeah, I got some Irish blood. Everybody claims that when they're talking to somebody else or wherever. But my mother's maiden name was O'Shea. Oh, I feel for you, brother. I didn't know that there was. Yeah, it's quite the trip it makes to get to your hands, isn't it? Come on, man. You're nothing but a dog faced pony soldier. Nobody knows what that is, by the way. Oh, you know the deal. Come on, man. Four score, and you know the deal. All right. No, I'm not. I'm not falling for it. I'm not going back in there. Uh, oh boy. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I forgot all about that. Mm-mm-mm. I got it. I got you. Mm-mm-mm. That's a shame, man. And it's like one of those deals. I know you can't just go somewhere and pick it up and take it home. I know that doesn't work. They're going to get you no matter what. Mm-mm. Well, here in the U.S., we used to do all online purchases that were tax free. However, some states decided, no, 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 we're not going to let that pass, and they changed it. And now the states, some states, uh, they require the vendor that's selling something to charge the appropriate tax for the item, which is stupid. However, there are a few states yet that don't bother with it. And that's always a good thing, especially obviously for high dollar items. Your price, you get at least you know the VAT's applied, and there it is. That's the price, that included. For us, depending on where you're at, no, 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 54.96 or 99, whatever, can turn into about $6,400 real quick. each state has its own sales tax. And as you might imagine, states that are hurting for revenue because they're feeding the population have a higher tax rate typically, state tax. So anyway, it's just another money making system. Galway girls. And I hate that you get caught twice in the customs thing. So if you do come to the U.S., where are you going? What are you still in here? How come you're not jumping in this? Yeah, man. That's. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you have been, but if you haven't, I mean, B&H is a photographer's pilgrimage. Yeah, I've been down to B&H several times because my wife's a New Yorker. So I mean, she grew up in New York City. So from time to time, she likes to go down. And we got friends, like I said, and she's meeting there. But B&H is definitely an experience. It is an experience in efficiency, and you name it, and they have it, and they have it displayed, and you can put your hands on it. So it's just fantastic. Um, well, I guess a reason I asked is if you wind up coming to New York City, you make sure you let me know, brother, and I'll meet you down there just to say hi and shake your hand. And it'll be time by then for another venture to take another pilgrimage to photographer land. All right, fellers. I'd love to stay in here longer. I honestly have had a good time, but I think it's about time for me to pull the plug, go wash the dishes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I can make sure you let me know. Like I said, if you wind up down in New York City, that's it is about a 45-minute to an hour drive for me at different parts of the day. But no big deal. I'd definitely go down because, like I said, it's about time here, or will be, to make the pilgrimage to B&H again. It'd be great to meet you. If you got a camera with you, we can do a walk around, do some street uh, photography. Yeah. Predictive text. Oh, Mike, it's funny. Hang on a second. I gotta run. I gotta. Oh, did you go over my? Peter Gregg just proclaimed the Z9 King of the Hill. Oh, that'll make some people mad. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the little boy's room. You guys held me that long. You started with politics. I'll be right back. No. I'll get your thing first. Good. All right. Yep. No, you can't. You're absolutely right on the hate. Just like the media covering Trump. You're absolutely right. Terry, there is no sound on the video. We've been through that debacle already tonight, about 2 hours ago. We're almost 4 hours into a live stream. That's just too funny. Yeah. I wish I had sound for it. Anyway, maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll get it figured out. Oh, oh man. Good to see you, Terry. Yeah, you got to join in this conversation. We've been all over the place, and every now and then we mention photography. Oh, which is fine. That's what this is all about. All right, carry on, gentlemen. Oh, butter. Oh, buddy, I had to take the brand out. Let me do that real quick. Sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Wow, you guys are still here. Sorry, I had to make a pot. I didn't realize I was out. Let me scroll up here and see. You guys talking bad about me? You know the deal. Oh, I don't know why I'm wearing these headphones. I think it helps me read better. Mm. You know, Mike, if you're not really ready to jump into mirrorless, there's some great buys on D5s out there now. That's like buying cars, man. I've got a 70 Dodge Challenger RTSE, and when I was trying to buy a car, well, the first mistake I made was thinking I was going to restore it myself. That cost me a fortune. But anyway, everybody wanted a pretty penny for anything 1965 to 1971. So it's what you reminded me of, 5,500 for your DA10. Uh, yeah, it was a money pit up front, but it, I had a well, few cars when I was a young teenager before I went in the army. Of course, got rid of everything, and I just went through that phase. I wanted another one, wanted it back, and so I found a 70 Challenger RTSE, and I had to have it. And then it cost me a fortune to restore it. I'll never get out of it what I've got in it. No, not the Duke's a Hazard car. Not a General Lee. That was the Charger. I I don't even know what the specs are on it, but I've never shot in high frame rate. I mean, I really do like the camera. I like the Z6 II. They're both great cameras, but I mean, it's nothing close to the Z9, and obviously it wouldn't be. But they're still good cameras. I think the an electronic shutter you can do up to 10 frames, or I don't know, maybe 14 frames. I can't remember. Yeah, D4S would be a great camera. Yeah. Doesn't go over real well now. It's just another reason to act a fool. That's what it all amounts to. Nobody has any. I don't know. Again, that's just a reason to destroy something. There is a guy up here in Connecticut that has a General Lee replica. Takes it to a lot of car shows. He refuses to take the flag off the roof. Yeah, AMX. Yeah, the big 390. Yes. I just shot a car show for somebody here recently. Yeah, sort of a different response. It depends on where you're at in Texas. In Austin, not so much. It's become a liberal bastion in Texas. I never shot with the D3, D3S, but I did. I did have the D4. I didn't have the D4S, but I had the D4. And just again, is back to that flagship camera. It was just stunning. The images were just stunning. I don't know why, but they were. Well, I can, let's see. Yeah, absolutely. AMX, you're absolutely right. And you got two routes there. There are some repop parts, body parts, and things like that for the AMX. New old stock, you're talking definitely big money. Say, Nikan, what in particular are you looking for your D3 or D3S? Is it just that time in its life, shutter mechanism's gone? Yeah, you're right, Terry. I think it was just something that they were growing up with, and they started customizing and building motors. I mean, there's some four cylinders out there that are pretty wicked, and that just became a thing. I was afraid that you know car the car world was just going to go away. I mean, with the Green New Deal and everything else. But I have seen, at least this summer, with a few car shows, I have seen some younger guys with classic cars. And I really, it makes me feel good that somebody's carrying that on. I'll tell you what, Subaru has produced a couple of powerhouses that came out of their rally uh, technology. You know, after all my time over in Afghanistan and Iraq, I fell in love with the Toyota Hilux. Now, they don't sell it here because it doesn't meet U.S. specs. But man, I'll tell you what, if they sold that car or that truck here, the Toyota Hilux, you know, 4-wheel drive diesel, you cannot destroy that truck. And Lord, I mean, we've tried, not intentionally. Oh yeah, Terry, absolutely. Um, and you know what? That is so true. I mean, it's just remarkable. They're indestructible. Yeah, Talibanizes. You're absolutely right, I can. Oh, Toyota's just big all over, everywhere, all over the world, taking over the U.S. as well. They left it on the beach and let the tide come in, and it's wow. Oh, I'm sorry you guys can't hear the video. Uh, you're really not missing anything in this section anyway. You've already seen it too. Yeah, they're definitely collectors now. You know, anything Shelby put a badge on is a big dollar car. Not a big fan of Carroll Shelby. I mean, he's got a great history racing. And then, of course, with the Cobras. Um, but I think you're talking about the little open air, you know, the 66. I've got a neighbor around here somewhere, and I see him going by all the time with one of the. There's a company out in Las Vegas, I believe, that builds the replica Cobras. He's fond of it because he goes by quite often. And I guess I would too if I bought something and you know paid that kind of money. I'd want to get some fun out of it. No, no, nobody's laughing about Japanese cars now. As a matter of fact, you got people here now that believe American cars should just quit. I mean, they just should quit building American cars. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Terry. Yeah, my wife has one too. It's a company car, so you know I don't mind so much. I bought her a Mercedes ML350. Wow, when was it? 10 years ago. Never buy another Mercedes. Not being in America, I won't. It's a money pit. Didn't know that, Nikon. It's the only car that actually fits the roads over there. A full size car is difficult in the UK. Uh, I'll tell you the hot car now, at least here in America, or fast and very competitive now, is the new C8 Corvette. It's just mind-boggling fast for a production car, right off the floor or showroom floor. Yeah, there are quite a few Japanese and other imports that have some remarkable mileage on them. Yeah, I know the Escort is big over in Europe. Yes, sir. Still, excuse me, fiberglass body. Got a lot of carbon fiber in it now. A lot of things are carbon fiber as well. And there's the general layman's version of it. That's I don't know what it is now. Probably about 70, 80,000 maybe. But then you can get the C8, and I mean you can just go crazy, and those are up in the you know low to mid 100, 150,000, something like that. Yeah, America was really cool. They really helped us out when all uh, the new muscle car craze crept in. So Mustang, Chevy, Dodge all jumped on board, and we got hit with a luxury tax for those cars. Now here's one that nobody suspects unless you watch Formula One is Cadillac. Cadillac's a bad member jammer. However, I don't know how the traffic is where you are, Nican, but you come over here around any major city and anywhere on the East Coast, Northeast Coast, the population density and the lack of good highway infrastructure means you sit in traffic forever. It's just like LA. LA's been that way for a long time out in California, but here it's terrible. Yeah, you were talking about that. I love watching the Isle of Man too. I think you said you'd been out to that, maybe even shot some there. Yeah, Mike, you and I both. If I went over there, I'd be in an accident. Yeah, I hate to hear that, man, about the traffic there. It's bad here. It's just, you know, you got to keep moving further and further and further away from the city so that you're not. If you've got a four, and it's not unusual up here to have a 30 or 40 mile commute to work, and you're talking 4 hours there and back in, you know, commuting time. That's just that's half your life seems like it's going away and just getting to and from. Talking about the roads over there in the UK, in the Top Gear series, the US tried to make a Top Gear series and it just bombed. But anyway, in the old series, Jeremy bought a 4GT when the 4GT went back into production. And he had it over there in Britain. And he said he got all kinds of hate because he took up so much of the road. And oh, well, yeah, like I said, I won't buy another Mercedes here. And it's not that I mean, as it gets older, obviously it has wear and tear, and you got to change this and that. But Mercedes Benz wants you to take it to them, and they wanted like I don't know $2,800 to put pads on the front. They said change do a brake job. It just needed pads. And my wife called me and said, "This is what they want." I said, "No, get in the car and come home." And I did it myself. However, they use a hex key, a number 13, which you can't get in the US hardly. Got to figure, right? Jeremy Clarkson, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, did he give US cars a hard way to go, though? Whoa. Oh, Jeremy. What a great show. Great for a good laugh. Oh, I always liked their ventures to other countries and such. It was just hilarious. And you were talking about earlier about the General Lee in New York, Nikon. If you saw that episode where they went to Texas and they painted all the things on the cars, it was just hilarious going through Texas. I don't know what it was, Hillary for president or something, all kinds of stuff on the cars. That was just hilarious. That's great, Mike. And it used to be when I was down in Kentucky, it was that way. Where I lived, there was no traffic. A car at the four-way stop in front of you was a traffic jam. And now I'm up here where it's just miserable. Yeah, that's it. You got it. Oh, there's so many episodes that they did that are just hilarious. I also like the one, where was it? Was it Vietnam? I can't remember. Where they were riding motorcycles and Clarkson just about killed himself. Uh, just too funny. Yeah, they are beautiful cars, Mike. No doubt about it. Costly, but I mean, high dollar, but they are beautiful cars. And when they go up for auction, um, used and go up for auction, they still hold an extreme value because there aren't very many of them. Yeah. Oh, it's kind of like Seinfeld. You can go back to many episodes of those clowns. Uh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the rain. Oh, he was just miserable. Mm. Yeah, I got those spin off lugs. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the standard, isn't it? Golf livery, the old racing colors. Yeah, I've had to do that twice. I've been in here so long. We're going on 4.5 hours. That's pretty good. Marathon. I don't expect anybody, once this is rolled over into video, to ever watch it, but it's all right. We've had a good time. That's what it's about. Oh, man. Well, guys, real quick, what do we expect tomorrow coming out of what's next? We had the announcement. What's next? What do we have to look forward to next? Other than, of course, getting the cameras, but I don't see that happening real soon. Yeah, maybe there's some other videos that are going to come out and either upset us or help us understand something a little better or whatever. I did like I can't remember her name. That did the video, wildlife video out in Colorado, talking about going to manual or not manual focus, but while in autofocus, touching the focus ring and having it set up so that, um, yeah, that would be good. Nikon wireless transmitter devices. So I'm curious to see what the Z7 does. There's something in there in its LAN or whatever configuration. I don't think it's the LAN portion, but something in there. It sounds like it may have the ability to do what something like what this little guy does. So we'll see. I'm going to play with that if I get time tomorrow. And I got sidetracked. I can't even remember what I was saying. No, it wasn't Shannon Wild. It was the other lady that was. She was one of the guests at the round table they had. She produced the video with a little the marmots and the elk and whatever. A green, man, you're gonna have to help me out, Mike. Well, anyway, she talked about focus peaking and turning that on even when in autofocus, and of course you didn't see it, but the minute you adjusted focus, it the focus peaking came on. So I just thought it was pretty neat. It's a neat little trick. Yeah, I'm on Facebook, Mike. It was Christy something. Uh, Tony's still licking his wounds. He came out with some self defecating uh, on his about his faux pas with the Sony. So I guess he thought he got out of hot water, and now he's back in hot water with Nikon or Nikon fans, because he just got too bold in his prediction. It'll be interesting to see how he responds. The motorcycle cross? You mean motocross? Oh, Jerry Guionis over there. He's got me thinking I need to try that new sepia filter in the camera. I do like some of those images. uh, yeah, I was thinking about that too, Mike. I don't know how we do it because some people don't like Facebook or whatever. Um, but yeah, it would be nice if we had some way that we could all just get in there and chat. Um, I was just thinking. Mm, yeah, it would be nice because I enjoy, chatting with you guys. It's been a lot of fun. When I made coffee, I ran up to tell my wife, she goes, "You're still on?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Having a pretty good time. Good group of folks here." Oh, oh. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, if you guys would send it to me, because I can't make sound follow the video. It'd be much easier if I just accept a request. That's for certain. That's a unique name you have there here on YouTube, Mike. I'm just messing with you. I'm about to get to the point where I'm punch drunk. All right, man. I'm gonna check. Well, I open Facebook up, and the first thing I see is Chuck, take the COVID-19 survey. I think I'll pass. Yeah, that'd be great, Mike. If somebody wants to set up a room we can all just get invited into, that'd be great. I think it'd be fun, especially when I can't sign into YouTube or go live on YouTube or something. We're gonna lose track of each other. It's a long way to Ireland from here, Sean. So I still don't see it. Uh, a fitting name. I'll let everybody else come up with that. I nominate Sean to come up with a fitting name. uh, uh, yes, sir. 75th Ranger Regiment. It's been almost 7 years there. For whatever reason, Sean, I haven't gotten a request. No, not Fort Hood. Excuse me. When I got to the Ranger, I was in First Battalion, and when I got there were only two battalions. One at Hunter Army Airfield, Georgia, right there in Savannah, and the other was out in Fort Lewis, Washington. Then they added a third battalion and a regiment, and both of those were located at well, shoot, where were they? Dag on. Oh, yeah, they wound up at Fort Benning. So you had all three battalions spread across the U.S., and the regimental headquarters was located at Benning. But I was at Hunter at 1st Battalion. Yeah, I can't imagine why I didn't get that friend request. It hadn't come up. Ooh. So is it you? Are you this sentient being? Helicopter in your logo. No, that ain't you then. Well, obviously you found mine. I don't understand why. Oi. You know, see, it's not only YouTube that's messing with me. Facebook is too. Yeah, storm clouds. Okay, that is you. You just tested me. Now where'd you go? I found you now. Oy. Oh, I know why. Boy. You know, here in America, if you spell your name that way, you're seen. Oh, sorry, I had to throw that out there because one of my students, when I was out teaching out in Salt Lake City, and he came from the deep south. Anyway, he we go to a barbecue place, and it's Sean's Barbecue. By the way, you love this place. You can go in there packing, and you're encouraged to go in there packing. So, but anyway, he goes, "Wow, that was pretty good." So, it's a strange name for a barbecue place. I said, "No, I can't imagine why. I mean, it really doesn't matter, does it?" He said, "Scenes Barbecue." Oh, all right. I found you, buddy. I'm going to send you add friend. I don't think you sent me one. I think you're just setting me up here. Oh, oh, I'm sorry. It's Chuck Egan. I threw it up there. Let me write it here. Albie. Sean Mac Thomas. Albert John Thompson. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm a bit confused. Sean and John. But doesn't matter. All right, brother, I got you in here. Well, I sent you a request. And let me do Mike here. Mr. Farrell. Or Farwell, I'm sorry. Would the real Mr. Farwell please stand up? uh, okay. I'm looking, Mike. Well, you don't live in Gloucester, Massachusetts. I don't think. I think you said Iowa. You don't live in Kirchner, Ontario. Owasso, Oklahoma. Yeah. uh, that's why I said, would the real Mike Farwell please stand up? Terry, don't feel bad, man. I'm not getting any of the requests, and then I can't find them either. I got a phone book of Mike Farwell's here, but I don't know which one you are, Mike. It's crazy. Let me see. Wait a minute. Maybe I got it. Let me check here. Oh yeah. How come I'm not seeing it on my phone? What is going on with me tonight? Technology fails me miserably. We okay. Okay, that's interesting. It says you send a friend request. However, oh, there it is. Boom. Gotcha, Mike. Send a wave. I'm going to send you a wave. All right. Beautiful dog, by the way, Mike. I'm a dog lover. And here comes my puppy cat. What, buddy? What? I know I've neglected you big time tonight. Yeah. Hey, come here. Come here. Well, come here. Say hi. Come here. Come on. Come on. Now you're being a cat. Oh, man. I got to. Oh. Terry, I got to connect with you, or you can try to connect with me. I think you're having as much trouble as I am, but yeah, yep. Oh. Oh, Terry. Looking back, scrolling up here. Ah. Oh, I just scrolled up here, Nikon, and saw your post, or your, yeah, I saw your post here. So you have a friend served in the Irish Army Rangers. That's cool, and he's a photographer, and a Canadian cousin who served in Canadian SAS. That's impressive. That's impressive. Very good. Mm. All right, Terry, help me out. Maybe I can read up here and see. Hmm. Forks, Washington. All right, that helps. Forks, Washington. Gotcha, buddy. Gotcha. All right, I think. You'll have to let me know. All right, Terry, no problem, buddy. Let me know if you got this. Send me a thumbs up or something if you got the request. I send it to you. For whatever reason, I'm only getting a couple of requests. Yeah, beautiful dog, Mike. I wanted, I love Shelties, Border Collies, but I just don't. I mean, they need so much attention as far as running and exercise and everything else. But I'd love to have one. They're just beautiful dogs. I know they're extremely smart too. All right. Gee, what is the tech? There's some major problems going on for me tonight. Not available right now. Reload page. Under a cyber attack or something? I don't know. Hey, all right. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right. Wowza. I bet she does. That's just what they love. Hmm. All right. Do. Yeah, what's going on tonight? I think this buzz over the Z9 has just interrupted all communications. Sony never did that. Canon never did that. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, I've got you and Nikon and still no connection with Terry that I can find. I mean, it's goofy. Facebook's even goofy tonight, at least for me. I don't understand it. What are going on? Crazy. It's crazy, I tell you. Yeah, I just saw a post by somebody talking about the Z62, Z72 get at least a simplified version of new AF system via firmware. He's asking that. Is that true? Many started talking over internet. The dual XP6 is not capable to take any further improvement on AF performance. I don't know that it would be any, but definitely not going to be on par with the Z9. You know, even with two XP6 processors, I'm not sure it's enough for that, but there certainly will be something. What say you? It is crazy. Man, I can. It's about time for you to eat breakfast, isn't it? Yeah, sure. That'd be perfect, Mike. uh, only 4:41 a.m. Only 4:41 a.m. That's about what time I used to get up when I was active duty in the Army. Oh man, the good old days. Formation at 6:30 and PT for the next hour and a half. Yeah, on that Z6. Obviously, well, I do believe there's going to be a firmware update for the Z62, Z67 2. I just don't think it's going to be the caliber that everybody was hoping for. And I think the Z6 and the Z7 are just dead in the water at this point. Meaning, you got what you got. 16-hour day of Zoom calls. Oh, okay. You should be the one hosting the Zoom meeting on. You don't want to do the Facebook thing. I get it. Yeah, I expect it. Yeah, after the Z9, it's going to take a little while for the smoke to clear first. It may be after cameras get in the hands of people too. I don't know. But I do suspect that there will be a firmware update that helps out. Maybe if nothing else, just kind of tweaks the algorithm to make it better. All work and no fun. It's been pretty light for me here lately. Been doing a lot of work on the house so I can get it ready, get it on the market, sold, and get down to Tennessee. Oh, I would like to find enough time tomorrow to sort out the audio problems in here. I just got way too many. I'm doing something that was never part of the system. There's no reason why I can't make that work somehow. Look at Mike with the GMT clock over there. Good on you, Mike. Yeah, it's just easier to ask him. Oh, tut, 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 Man, I'm gonna check his camera out. Let me see. It's warm. Not recording in the camera, but it's warm though. Good on you, little Z6. You've done a fine job. Man, I got to get a haircut. I just looked at that. That's terrible. I look like a white-haired fro here before long. Yeah, I think so, Mike. That's good. And you know what? Everybody's got a D6 or D6. Lord have mercy. A Z6 and a Z7 are going to throw a temper tantrum. They hate Nikon if they don't get a big firmware update. They've already had one, but I mean, I don't know if there's any whatever. But they're going to turn into Nikon haters because hey, my truck is a 2002. I don't know why Dodge doesn't send me a new motor to update, the old one. Yeah, Tennessee music country, Music City, down around Nashville. That's the end thing now, though, buddy. I mean, that's the end thing. You're in, you're in style. I'm the one that's out now. Somebody needs to tell Fro that. I'm not used to having hair. I had hair down my back when I was a teenager. Went in the army, and well, needless to say, that went away. And I'm obviously never had long hair since, and now I just can't stand it. I get out of bed in the morning, it looks like birds have been playing. Oh. Mama's giving me all week here to play and do this and have a good time getting ready for this camera. She knew it was a big deal to me. She watches some online concerts that come up infrequently. I mean, you have to pay for the online concert, and I try to help her out. And the technology wise, I know it's hard to believe, but she uses her iPad to stream it and connect it to the TV so she can watch it and stuff like that. So, but anyway, she knew this was a big deal for me too. She always gets excited about her concerts, and it's once in a blue moon I have anything to look forward to. I mean, big event, and this was one, so she's been real good. But I'm gonna have to show her some love here soon, tomorrow. But I've had a good time. Did the update help out on the autofocus on the? You're talking the Z6 and Z7. I can't speak for the Z7, but I imagine it would be the same. Yeah, yeah. I think it did a little bit. And for the Z6 too, yeah, it helped out a little bit. But everybody had everybody had high expectations that a firmware was going to take care of all of it. And I mean, isn't that what I was talking about, preaching about? All these people that are, excuse me, all these people that were waiting and thinking that it was going to be the same. Z9 comes out and all that technology is going to flow right down in a firmware update. But I had my doubts. I didn't believe that there was enough processing power. Looking at what the Z9 now knowing and confirming, there was no way. No way. Look at the technology goes in, just in the plumbing on that thing, to move data, the processor. I think the dual XSpeed 6 processors led people down the wrong path of thinking that it was going to be anywhere near. If it was going to be anywhere near the processing power of this new processor, the XSpeed 7, then it would have already had that in it. The update on the on the AF and the tracking and all the other things. So, well, anyway, it turns out that maybe that was wishful thinking, and as we suspected, the processor and the data pipeline is obviously new, and you can't change that, I guess, in a firmware update. So it's just the way it is. Now the Z6 2, Z7 2 are definitely going to get something, but again, everybody will scream. It's just like it's been in the forums. I've watched it for the last 3 or 4 years. Everybody wants a camera that rivals the flagship, but they want it in a Nintendo controller size, and they want it for $700. I mean, come on. Can't please everybody. However, the Z7 pleases me on all fronts right now. Man, poor Mike. He was heading off 2 hours ago. We kept you around for a while, Mike. The camera, PlayStation, and controller. That's what they want. By the way, it can't weigh anymore. No, a deck of cards weighs too much. I mean, come on. It needs that, 2 to 600 millimeter focal range, or zoom range, and it can't be any more than 1 inch deep, and has to weigh a mere 2 ounces. People are crazy. Terry, yeah, man. If we could defy physics, we could build that and design it and build it and make billions. And that's the other thing they don't understand is the physics in glass and everything else. No, you can just make you know, a little 25 millimeter uh, uh, front element and make it a 600 prime. Yeah, they don't get it. Oh, hang on, boys. I'll be right back. Got to hit the little boy's room again. Got to close the door so I don't disturb Mama. Be right back. Oh. He's laying in a little bit up here. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on. Come on. I got to put the rest of this out here for you. Okay? Put the rest of it. Come on. Put the rest of the bread out. I'm back. Night, Mike. If you're still here, yeah, you're still here. Have a good one, buddy. Enjoyed it. Enjoyed the conversation. We got to figure out how to do this so we can get everybody in not just the chat, but you know what I mean. In motocross, that would be um, they have there's a guy that's known as the GOAT over there in the European outdoor. I can't remember his name, but he just retired. But the greatest of all time. Wow, Terry, yeah. Well, and that's what a lot of people have been saying is that the iPhone or the phones, not just the iPhone, but the phones are going to take over photography. Now, that's not necessarily true. There's still a need for DSLRs and mirrorless cameras, but for the most part, yeah, nobody buys a little pocket camera anymore. Trying to catch up on all the comments here. And there you go. I'm just now reading your comment, Sean, on demand for 8K amongst wedding. And yeah. And you know, drones have taken over quite a bit too. I mean, and the drones have been fantastic, not just to carry a DSLR or other interchangeable lens camera, but just the cameras alone. Did you see that DJI 4D that just came out? The D, whatever it is. Peter Lindgren over in Sweden. Sweden? Yeah, Sweden's where he's at. He just reviewed it and shot a music video with it. And man, it's pretty sweet. It's a chunk though. I think it's about $7,500 too. And nobody said anything about how heavy that was. Yeah, we got somebody else jumped in here. Who else is in? Speak up, join the conversation. Oh yeah. Well, you know what? They're sort of limited here in the U.S. too. I mean, they've established so many no-fly areas, and it's just it's out of control now. Of course, we have had some idiots that try to fly in the flight paths of aircraft. Yeah, exactly. There was a video out a while back. Somebody, I don't know if it's real or not, but they had a Glock 9mm mounted to a drone. What could go wrong there? Oh, hold my beer. Watch this. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Gosh. Oh, Terry, you hanging in here? Yeah, to be honest, I don't know how much longer I'm going to hang in here. Yeah, yeah. There's a whole lot of photography market that has dried up. And again, I think that's why the new hybrid cameras, it's the way to go, because people can argue all they want about no photos will never, stills will never go away or whatever, and they won't. But I mean, video is where it's at, and we all better get with the times. Yeah, we kind of have the same thing here, Sean, for drones. You actually have to have a license if you're going to fly it over crowds and in pub. I don't know. There's a whole lot of stipulations, but you have to have a license. Yeah, same here, Terry. I had one of the first DJI, I don't know what, two or whatever, and I had some fun with it. But yeah, I had the same thing. And I did an update on it once, and now the gimbal just goes crazy whenever you try to start it up and uh, balance it or whatever. I just gave up on it. That's another money pit. I got enough of those. Well, whoever came in didn't enjoy the conversation, I guess, and decided to take off. And it's the same thing here, Sean. It has to be within visual eyesight of the controller. A whole lot of exactly. Now this is why DJI put in it's in the software that it'll only go so high or whatever. Now there is another license for it, I think, for the commercial. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. If you're using it for anything commercial and receiving any kind of monetary, whatever for the footage, then you have to have the license. Yeah, kamikaze drone. Yeah, well, mine was the older one. I've got it in a. Actually, I have a Pelican case that set it all up, put it all in. Yeah, now it's sitting in the corner collecting dust. It's too old and too far down, back the pipeline of what's available today that it isn't even worth selling. I think that'll be the next thing that goes in the trash. Speaking of Pelican cases, so I had, well, that's one of the, yeah, yeah, four Pelican. I don't even know how many I've got, Sean. With all the traveling I did going Oconus or overseas while I was contracting, seemed like I always acquired another one. Needed it to come home, and so I've got several of them. But I have one that I thought, man, you know what? That divider system, I can't remember the name of it either. Man, I'm telling you, Joe Biden isn't as bad as I am when it comes to you know names or whatever. But anyway, I tried to put it together myself or do it. I did a DIY doing it, and it actually turned out okay. But in the long run, it cost me just as much if I'd have bought it from the manufacturer. Yeah. 1510, 1610, 1535, 1615 air. I don't have any of the air cases. Yeah, Trek Pack. That's it. Well, I made my own. And I mean, it did come out well. But like I said, by the time I bought all the materials and everything, it didn't fall too far away from the actual Trek Pack divider, insert. But it wasn't worth all the effort I put into it. Oh man. Oh. Sean, is it the 1510 or is it 1535 is the carry-on size? I've got two of those. When I was running back and forth to Salt Lake City all the time, I used one of them to carry all. I carried all the bodies and most of the lenses that I wanted to take with me out in the little carry-on hard case, because I ran into situations where, for whatever reason, an airline would say, "No, you can't take that as a carry-on," which is a scary thought. Man, a scary thought when you're carrying, $10,000 worth of lenses and camera bodies. They have to check it. Yeah. And most of the time I had no problem with it, but every now and then I'd run into, I don't know which airline, I think it was United the first time. For whatever reason, even though I'd flown United and carried it, for whatever reason that day, and they try to tell me, no, we never let anybody fly with that. And I know that's a lie, but they don't want to hear that. So I had to check it at the gate all the way through, scared to death to see, that thing going around the conveyor when I got to my destination. You definitely don't want to put anything on it indicating what's in it, but it looks so much like so many others that I was always afraid somebody'd pick it up and just walk out with it. And what are you going to do? Yeah, I wound up that. As a matter of fact, when I did that, when they made me check it, I also have a think tank rolling. What is it? The airport. I don't know which version. And because it was a soft case, I think they didn't mind that. But man, that hard case, that's the one I ran into problems with a couple of times. Dude. uh, and speaking of that, I don't know how many times I've seen in the Nikon rumors forums people lambasting somebody for taking their camera out in the rain. And I would jump in and say, well, man, I've been out in a pretty steady rain with my cameras. I mean, it's weather sealed. What are you going to do? Only shoot on a sunshiny day? Yeah, Airport International. That's it. Hmm. Well, I guess what drew me to talk about that is because, yeah, at one time there was a bit of a hissy fit on one of the Delta flights. They wanted me to check it at the gate and pick it up at the destination. And I said, well, it's full of lithium batteries, so you tell me, what can I do? And then they said, well, you have to take all the batteries out and carry them with you. And I said, well, that's fine, but I also have equipment that has built-in lithium batteries. What do I do about that? And they had no answer. They didn't care. Yeah, I've got the rain covers, but man, what a pain that is. Now, if it's in an absolute downpour, yeah, I could see that. I did use it one time shooting a motocross event because it was raining and you're out there on the track, and just like Joe McNally in the video there, I mean, you just get covered with mud yourself. But the bottom line is that's what I bought it for, though. Yeah, out there where you're at, Terry. Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? I never had an issue with the cameras, though. Been out shooting in the snow. Um, camera gets covered. Um, I never had any problem with the cameras. I don't think I would dunk it in, the lake, but yeah. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I just assumed it was wet there, Sean. I, I guarantee you. Excuse me. I know Terry's in uh, definitely heavy rain area out there. I thought their pre-order information was up earlier today, or you just checking it out now? That's something else that's interesting is Picture Line has not even put the Z9 or the 1 to 400 on their site yet. I mean, that's where I pre-ordered, if you will. uh, well, that's great, Terry. That's great on yours. Oh, okay. I see. I see. I'm going to check. Let me change this real quick. Come on. I can do it right here on the iPad. I want to see if my folks out there have at least placed the Z9 on their site yet. This is something I didn't think I'd ever care for or anything else, the iPad. But I'll tell you, actually, I use it quite a bit now. All right. How in the world did that come up? No, I don't want that. There we go. And everything's going goofy tonight. Whew. Translation available. It's in English. What do I need translation for? Oh, they finally got it up. There's the 1 to 400 anyway. All right, that's good. Let's look at cameras. Let me go here. Talking to myself, folks. There it is. I finally have it all up on the website. It's up in the header. Deals on Sony? No, thank you. Here's what I want. Pre-order. I think they're tired of me calling them about it, although I really want to call and confirm. You notice the new battery is black, so they got away from the gray. I guess that's to distinguish it with the from the others, since it can be charged in camera. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Free shipping. It won't be for me, but it's going to be interesting to see how many bodies they wind up with. I love on B&H. BLM effort, the battery, yeah. Yeah, everybody's got to support all that woke crap. On B&H's site, before the specs were out and everything else, the announcement came about. So they had the placeholder up there showing a picture of a full body camera. I don't even think it was a D5 or anything else. I can't remember. But anyway, and there were no specs or anything like that you could click on, but questions. That was the only thing that was available to tap. And I went through there looking at the questions. I thought, you got to be kidding me. I mean, some of those questions are hilarious. It's a good point. Let me look. Did you look at all the specs that are listed on the sites? Pro build, blah, 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 blah. Because I think I saw that as one of the specs. It may have been on Nikon USA. I know it was mentioned. I'm just looking here on their little. Yeah, I don't see it here. Check Nikon USA. Learn more. Thank you. Oh, let me get down to the spec sheet. And get through all the videos. Tech specs. I'm not thumbing through all those. Here we go. Oh, that's not giving me any specs. Hmm. Here it is. Supported GNS systems. GPS USA, GLONASS, Russia, and OZSS, Japan. Yeah, I don't think any of the videos anybody's talked about it. At least it's in the tech specs here. It's on Nikon USA. I do want to look at something real quick. There was some tools and down Nikon camera apps. Maybe this is Nikon software and apps for editing, streaming, camera control, and more. I know we've had that already. I'm not talking about. Here we go. Live stream with webcam, utility, shoot tethered with NX tether, remotely control your camera with Camera Control Pro 2. Upload images from the field using a 4G, 5G smartphone. Connect your Nikon camera to a 4G, 5G smartphone with a compatible USB-C cable and quickly transfer images to an FTP server without a laptop. Wireless transmitter or Wi-Fi connection. And then they have SnapBridge, but evidently this is different. It didn't say anything about Galileo. Yeah. Okay. I want to learn more. NX Mobile Air is what it's called. What is this? Just like small resolution JPEGs or what? Hmm. Yeah, I'm not seeing that isn't too thrilling. All right. Yeah, it may be. It may be the case. I mean, it's just like radio. Radio frequencies are different in every country. There's set frequencies for this, that, whatever. A lot of people get caught short buying stuff off of B&H. They buy the wrong thing. It's not compatible where they're at. Since B&H does sell and ship worldwide, or for most places. Where was it at? Back. Let's try it here. $52.99 in the UK. Pounds. Technical specification. That's what we want. Still got to sort through a bunch of pictures. There we go. No, buddy. Supported GNS systems. This is Nikon UK. GPS, GPS USA, GLONASS, GLONASS, Russia, and what is it? Quebec Zulu SS, QZSS Japan. That's what it say. Oh well. Well, that's interesting. Picture line has a different price on the additional ENEL 18D battery. Cheaper. That's weird. All right. Oh, that's interesting. The end of November. Yeah, I didn't see it either. Oh man. Hey Sean, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. Oh, so I can get up in the morning and get some things done. I know it's already morning for you. Man, I hope you're right. I really do. I mean, I'd like to see everybody get it about the same time, but I hope you're right. That'd make me a happy camper. Uh, there we go. Yeah. I hope you're right. I hope that that is their intent, is to get it out for, especially over Black Friday or everything else. Not that it's going to be reduced in price. Shoot, it's already reduced in price. But I'm just hoping that shipping will get it here, relatively quick. I don't have a lot of faith that our logistics are going to allow it, but I guess I need to continue to just think positive. Shoot, I already got a big, yes, buddy. Yes, I know. I already got a, big surprise in the price. Well, not a surprise, sort of. It's just confirmation, but I don't know where you got your information from, but man, you were on it as far as the price too. So again, people over in Nikon Rumors thought I was crazy when I said 54.96. They thought I was just absolutely crazy. Yeah, shops want the business, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But that hasn't, helped with the supply issues over here. Everybody's begging for stuff uh, to actually ship to keep the shop. That's the other thing. The stores here, the grocery stores, and I haven't seen them like this, other than the usual hurricane warning, and everybody goes and buys everything off the shelf. But they can't keep the shelves stocked. I mean, there's still plenty, but everything runs low, and they even put limits on some things. And that's been going on here for the last 6 months. Yeah. Oh man. All right, buddy. I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow or today. And it has been extremely fun. I don't know what I'm going to do next, but as far as the live streams go, but I may skip a day tomorrow. Yeah, you speak of the haulage companies, the shipping industry over here is just ground to a halt. It's not that the drivers don't want work, but there's some restrictions. Some of the states, especially our communist state of California, have placed on trucks, and it's just ridiculous. And I mean, it's like it's intentional too. A lot of people believe that it is, but yeah, man. And nobody wants to work. I don't know how people are living. I really don't, because I think the unemployment's about run out for them. But yeah, it's It's a mess right now. We need a new administration bad. All right, again, man. I hope you have a wonderful day. And now we've got, I guess, everybody on Facebook. So maybe Mike will throw something together tomorrow. At least we can stay in touch that way and keep up with when we're going to go live or do anything here, or just chat there. Either one, that's fine. Good night for me. Good morning for you, buddy. Thanks for dropping by. It's been fun. It's really been fun.